Chapter 1863. Even though the heavenly poison god was in quite a sorry state, he was very elated. Being able to escape unscathed from Enlil and Lan Xiaoni's pursuit was definitely a very rare feat among heavenly gods. He would be able to brag about this to all of the other heavenly gods for a long time. He might even be blessed by the beautiful goddess of life. The heavenly poison god's heart throbbed at the thought of the goddess of life. What a perfect authority that even gods yearned for. Die! Poochie! The golden water sword suddenly pierced through his body. Lan Xiaoni had already appeared behind the heavenly poison god, and the golden water sword in her hand had punctured the heavenly poison god's chest as blood stained the golden water sword red. The heavenly poison god's eyes widened. When did you? How dare you injure Big Boss Enlil? Die! Lan Xiaoni roared with rage in her eyes. Rip! The gold water sword suddenly melted and fused into his blood through his wounds. Then it began to destroy his body's tissues. The heavenly poison god let loose a blood-curdling howl as cracks began to appear all over the divine halo above his head. Lan Xiaoni possesses the power of the heavenly god of water. She has the ability to transform her body into water and merge with the ocean, thereby allowing her to instantly teleport over short distances. You're a heavenly god, yet you don't even know this? And Lin flew over from afar with a disdainful expression. He had already stabbed himself with his evil-slaying sword and successfully purged the poison from his body. The heavenly poison god was forced into dire straits again, and Lan Xiaoni's power of water was still wreaking havoc within his body. He glowered at the high and mighty Enlil with a sinister expression. Enlil, you force my hand. I'm going to skin you alive, even if I die this time. You! Enlil sneered. He spread his hands open, and the demonic star Holy Flame, Great Sun Holy Flame, Heavenly Void Holy Flame, Setting Moon Holy Flame, Blood Phoenix Holy Flame, Golden Dragon Holy Flame, and Vermilion Bird Holy Flame appeared the same time to surround the heavenly poison god. Enhanced by the power of the heavenly fire god, this type of holy flame was extremely pure, and it was imbued with the paramount power of laws that could incinerate all things. As soon as it appeared, the ocean in a radius of over 500 kilometers began to boil and boil. The heavenly poison god felt as if he had been sandwiched between 7 massive suns, and his entire body was scorching crimson. Very good. Watch me break your holy flame. A deranged expression appeared on the heavenly poison god's face as he unleashed bursts of poisonous mist around his body. And Lin waved a hand through the air, and a dozen or so destructive wind blade tornadoes appeared again, all of which were imbued with the power of the heavenly god realm. The heavenly poison god's expression shifted. Very good. Watch me break your holy flames and tornado. And Lin waved a hand through the air, and a Kirin constructed from golden void lightning tore through space before descending upon this world. It was imbued with the power of the heavenly gods, and the space within a radius of over 50 kilometers cracked under the immense pressure. The heavenly poison god's face turned deathly pale. And Lin, don't think that I'm afraid of you just because you have a lot of powers of the heavenly gods. Watch as I destroy your holy flame, tornado, and lightning Kirin. And Lin snapped his fingers, and countless crimson metal blades appeared in the sky, emanating waves of cold light that seemed to be able to slash through everything in the world. He snapped his fingers again, and the projection of a gargantuan Mount Bujo projection imbued with boundless might appeared at the highest point in the sky before accumulating power and crashing down upon the heavenly poison god. At the same time, over 100 destructive phenomena appeared, threatening to fall upon the heavenly poison god at any moment. And Lin looked at the heavenly poison god, who was at the center of countless terrifying spell techniques, and he spoke in an indifferent voice. Come on, let's see what you're going to use to skin me alive. The heavenly poison god. The heavenly poison god was suddenly struck by his own weakness and helplessness. This was a feeling of being completely crushed. All of the heavenly Tao techniques that Enlil had unleashed now possessed power that rivaled his own. There were a total of 6 heavenly Tao techniques of this caliber, and with so many powers stacked on top of one another, how was he supposed to fight them? At this moment, the 7 holy flames began to surge forth, the wind blade tornadoes, the crimson sword blades, the lightning kirin, and the gargantuan mountain fell one after another. In that instant, it was as if doomsday had arrived. "Oh, I'm going to kill you. Erg." The heavenly poison god roared in despair as he unleashed his most powerful vomiting technique, and at the same time he unleashed his most powerful poison mist. The dark green poison mist blossomed with indignation as it tried to kill all of the oncoming attacks, but it was only able to last for a short while before it was engulfed by boundless energy. The heavenly poison god also perished amid his indignation and despair. The energy dissipated. The ocean within a radius of several hundred kilometers caved in. The seawater flowed backward to form a massive vortex. The heavenly poison god's body had already crumbled into specks of light that disappeared into thin air, and Lin was panting slightly. Unleashing all of his heavenly god powers at once was extremely taxing on his energy. However, it was all worth it to be able to kill a heavenly god. Immediately afterward, the system in his mind suddenly chimed. Ding dong! Congratulations on breaking through to the 4th stage of the Evergreen Technique. Congratulations on breaking through to the 5th stage of the Evergreen Technique. Congratulations on breaking through to the 6th stage of the Evergreen Technique. Congratulations on breaking through to the 9th stage of the Evergreen Technique. Host, your wood-type cultivation method, source of life, has been perfected. You have obtained the power of poison. A vast amount of information surged into his mind. Extremely profound true intent, as well as paramount powers of the heavenly gods, also surged into Enlin's mind at the same time, much to Enlin's surprise and elation. What a pleasant surprise! Never would he have thought that the heavenly god he was about to kill would be related to the wood type. However, thinking about it, most poisons were related to plants, and the heavenly poison god had released poisonous flowers and poisonous vines, so all of these were indeed related to the power of the wood element, and Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was just thinking about how to find a wood-type heavenly god when the heavenly poison god appeared before him and threw up right in front of him, a pillow delivered to him when he was feeling sleepy. All of his 5 elemental cultivation methods had been perfected, and it was time for his body of the war god to reach the phenomenal success stage. And Lin became more and more excited as he thought about this. The power of poison had already completely fused into his body. His excitement was gradually repressed as a peculiar expression appeared on his face. This power of poison, it was a little disgusting, and Lin was astonished to discover that the power of poison had to be unleashed through vomiting. All of its techniques required the use of one's mouth. No wonder the heavenly poison god kept throwing up. So this was how the power of the heavenly gods was supposed to be used? And Lin had initially thought that this was some sort of special hobby. Just the thought of throwing up balls of sticky, stinky stuff made Lin feel a little nauseous. This was probably the most disgusting power of poison he had ever obtained. A disdainful expression appeared on Lin's face as he murmured to himself, "Sigh, so be it. I'll just pretend like I never had this power of poison. I won't use it no matter what. The only purpose of its existence is to allow my evergreen technique to be perfected." Chapter 1864. Within the central region of the Tai Chu continent, within the white nectar sea, on a towering divine tree, a woman with long, green hair turned toward the west. That disgusting be***starred is already dead, the woman murmured. As the heavenly life goddess, shouldn't you view all living beings as equals? Why do you despise the heavenly poison god so much? A pale head appeared in the sky. Despise the heavenly poison god? No. The heavenly life goddess fiddled with the flowers before her as her orange eyes reflected the final scenes of the heavenly poison god's death. All things are beautiful, and he can also be very beautiful. It's just that I just so happen to have chosen him, that's all. The heavenly heaven god fell silent. Just a moment ago, you were calling him disgusting, and now you're saying all things are beautiful? The heavenly life goddess looked up into the sky. I've done what I had to do. How is Enlin? Did we succeed? The heavenly heaven god nodded. He's currently undergoing a transformation. The beautiful lips of the woman curled up, revealing a soul-stirring smile. I'm truly filled with anticipation. How far will he grow? For him, I've even sacrificed a heavenly deity. I hope he won't disappoint me. Meanwhile, within the West Sea, the sea within a radius of over 1,000,000 kilometers surged incessantly, as if some extremely terrifying power was descending. Golden, green, blue, crimson, yellow. 5-colored essential power fell from the heavens like vital energy, piercing through the heavens before descending into the West Sea and converging on a single point. That point was none other than Enlin's body. Enlin had already completed a hellish system mission and perfected his 5-elemental cultivation method, thereby allowing him to attain phenomenal success in his body of the war god. Lan Xiaoni could sense the changes in Enlin's body, and she immediately stood guard for him. Vital energy surged violently within a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Lan Xiaoni had never seen a phenomenon of this scale before, and it was even more ridiculous than a breakthrough to the Tao integration stage. The essential power of the 5 elements flowed relentlessly into Enlin's body from beyond the heavens, transforming his body and making it even more powerful and fearsome. Won't you explode after eating so much energy at once? Lan Xiaoni stared at Enlin with incredulity in her eyes. She saw Enlin devouring everything around him without restraint. The 5 elemental essences, vital energy, all the energy in the air. He was devouring everything that he could. At the same time, Enlin's body kept expanding. His muscles became thicker and bigger, and his height grew from 8 meters to 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. He was still devouring energy to his heart's content. His body couldn't hold it all, so he expanded his body. He was going to devour anyway. Not only that, but his body was also flowing with extremely dense 5 elemental energy. Even his skin was surging with 5 different colors of 5 elemental energy, making him look like a colorful giant. Big Boss Enlin has become so big. Lan Xiaoni's eyes widened as she stared blankly at Enlin, who had suddenly become several kilometers tall. Is he going to be this big from now on? How am I going to hug him in the future? Enlin had now become the real Enlin giant. Lan Xiaoni could sense that Enlin's body was filled with extremely pure 5 elemental energy, and there was no way for him to compress it any further. As such, he could only move around with his massive body. Just as these thoughts were running through Lan Xiaoni's mind, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The energy within Enlin's body was being compressed relentlessly in a way that she couldn't comprehend. How? How is this energy being condensed and compressed? Lan Xiaoni was at a complete loss. She had used her heavenly water power to analyze the water-type energy within Enlin's body. As a result, she discovered that the water-type energy within Enlin's body was fusing with the other 5 elemental energy in a peculiar way, thereby creating a new type of energy that she had never seen before. It was just like when 5 balls of different colors collided with each other in a special way. They would eventually become a new kind of ball, and the 5 volumes would become 1 unit of volume. In the end, this new energy fused into Enlin's organs, Enlin's blood and meridians, and Enlin's consciousness. Lan Xiaoni had a feeling that this new energy could easily destroy a Tao integration stage super mighty figure if it were to erupt. This was an energy that was beyond her comprehension. She didn't know how Enlin's body was able to absorb this new energy without any scruples, nor did she dare to ask. All Lan Xiaoni could do was silently observe Enlin's performance. As the new energy continued to fuse into his body, Enlin's body also slowly shrank. He transformed from a giant of several kilometers to a handsome young man who was 8 meters tall. Lan Xiaoni swallowed nervously. She knew that even though Enlin had shrunk, he hadn't become weaker. Instead, he had become more powerful and terrifying. The energy that had expanded Enlin to several kilometers hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had perfectly fused into Enlin's body, and Enlin had reached a whole new realm. A golden ring appeared behind Enlin, and it was rotating relentlessly. 5 divine seals appeared in 5 different directions around the ring, all of which exuded a terrifying divine light. Most importantly, these divine seals revolved in a specific trajectory before converging at the center of the ring to form a small black vortex. Lan Xiaoni was struck by a sense of dizziness just by looking at the small black vortex, as if her entire being was going to be engulfed by the vortex. And Lin clenched his fist before throwing a gentle punch forward. The golden ring behind him tremored slightly. Bam! Heaven and earth transformed. A resounding boom shook heaven and earth. Boundless power instantly flattened and twisted the space up ahead. The boundless ocean was suddenly pierced through by an unstoppable power, extending for an extremely long distance. 5 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, 1,500 kilometers. Lan Xiaoni's mouth gaped open once again upon seeing this. That's insane, she murmured to herself. Was this the effect of a normal attack? Even if she unleashed her full power, she wouldn't be able to do this. The divine halo behind Enlin slowly disappeared, and he heaved a light sigh of relief as a smile of elation appeared on his face. After attaining phenomenal success in the body of the war god, not only have my body and consciousness been elevated to new levels, but I've also attained the 5 elemental body, which is the ultimate form. The fire sage mode uses the 7 holy flames to activate my body and unleash my latent potential. Meanwhile, the 5 elemental body uses the wings of true fire, divine weapon origin energy, earth lotus supreme skill, divine liquid fortune, evergreen technique. All 5 elemental powers combine to unleash my body's latent potential to an unimaginable level. If the fire sage mode was 1, then the 5 elemental body would be 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 greater than 5. As for how powerful it would be, even Enlin wasn't sure. This feeling, Enlin could sense the boundless power surging through his body, and he sighed with emotion. This is the feeling of invincibility. Chapter 1865. Congratulations, Big Boss Enlin. You've mastered a divine cultivation method. Lan Xiaoni made her way over to Enlin with a slightly uneasy expression, but she still squeezed Enlin's arm as her bright blue eyes blinked with curiosity. My God, it feels just as good as before. A smile appeared on Enlin's face upon hearing this. Even though I don't look any different on the surface, even if a Tao integration stage super mighty figure were to lay on the ground and pummel me for an entire day, they still wouldn't be able to break through my skin. Lan Xiaoni's expression shifted. It's that powerful. One had to realize that some bad *SS Tao integration stage super mighty figures could even pulverize immortal tools if they unleashed their full power of the divine Tao. Did that mean that Enlin's skin was even tougher than an immortal tool? Enlin and Lan Xiaoni rested for a while before flying toward the West Sea Alliance. The phenomena between heaven and earth had already disappeared. However, this had shocked the entire West Sea. All of the living beings in the West Sea could see the 5 elemental power descending from the sky no matter where they were. They were multicolored and resplendent, and they were like waterfalls that descended into the mortal world. Their Tao was profound, and they were grand and magnificent like a miracle. All of the West Sea Alliance powerful beings almost thought that the heavenly sea god had descended upon this world, and all of them were in a state of panic. Enlin and Lan Xiaoni returned to the West Sea Alliance, and everyone came to a sudden realization after hearing their explanation. Congratulations on sect leader and Lin's miraculous cultivation technique. As expected of the West Sea's light of hope, he's even more badass than the heavenly human tribe. I'm in awe of him. What kind of cultivation method did Senior and Lin cultivate to such a powerful phenomenon between heaven and earth? All of the mighty figures were offering congratulations and discussing spiritedly among themselves. A Spirit Fish clan general approached Lin with a curious expression and asked him what cultivation method he had cultivated. And Lin replied with a serious expression, "The cultivation method I cultivated is extremely powerful. It's called the boundless heaven and earth mysterious dark power creates miracles. Yin-Yang 5 elemental combination creation technique." Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath upon hearing this. Just the name of this cultivation method alone was enough to tell that it was extremely powerful. What followed was another round of enthusiastic flattery and praise, and Lin had long developed a resistance to this kind of compliment. He had cultivated his character to be indifferent to both praise and humility, so he responded very humbly and politely. High Priest Guyu asked, "By the way, sect leader Lin, did you and Alliance leader Lon manage to discover anything during your investigation of the peculiar sea cave in the depths of the West Sea?" "What a great harvest!" Lan Xiaoni continued. "We discovered the heavenly sea god inside the cave, and we engaged in a fierce battle with him." As soon as these words were spoken, it caused another uproar in the hall. "My God! Battle the heavenly sea god! Impressive! He was able to escape unscathed after battling the heavenly sea god? Doesn't this mean that our sect leader Lin and Alliance leader Lan are already comparable to paramount heavenly gods? 50-50. That's not all. After the great battle, sect leader Lin gained some enlightenment and achieved another breakthrough. So you're saying that sect leader Lin is probably even more powerful than the heavenly sea god now? All of the West Sea mighty figures praised Lan Xiaoni and Lin to the heavens. Lan Xiaoni was a little embarrassed by all of the praise. However, Lin puffed out his chest with a nonchalant smile. "Don't worry, everyone. As long as I'm around, the heavenly sea god won't dare to cause trouble in the West Sea." "Good. Sect leader Lin is the best. Sect leader Lin is unrivaled in combat prowess. So what if he's a paramount heavenly god? He'll be devoured by sect leader Lin sooner or later." All of the mighty figures began to yell with excitement as if they had been injected with adrenaline. The situation was getting a little out of hand, and Lin was initially trying to boost everyone's morale, but it looked like their morale was getting a little inflated. All right. Don't forget that the heavenly sea god is going to descend upon the West Sea in 3 months. When that time comes, there's going to be another massive battle, so let's make some preparations. Lan Xiaoni immediately stepped forward with a solemn expression on her face. She clearly held a lot of weight in the hearts of all of the West Sea powerful beings. An entire palace fell silent as soon as she spoke. Lan Xiaoni began to make preparations for the upcoming battle. Meanwhile, Lin basked in the sun beside a clear, jade-green lake. A series of lithe and graceful mermaids were tumbling around in the lake, playing with a water volleyball, and all of them were full of youthful vigor. The sun shone down on their beautiful, smooth, and supple skin, making them look as if they were made of beautiful jade. The battle between the 3 heavenly gods had only just concluded. The mermaids here were having so much fun. For some reason, Lin felt a lot more relaxed upon seeing this peaceful and tranquil scene, and he basked in this rare moment of peace. At this moment, an old turtle slowly crawled over and offered Lin a cup of fruit juice. This fruit juice was of quite a high rank, and it was exuding immortal rank energy fluctuations. "Sect leader Lin, I am the manager of the immortal land above water, Lu Sha. This is the most renowned starfall fruit of our 1,000-star island of the West Sea. Please enjoy." Even though the old turtle was a return to void stage mighty figure, his expression was still extremely respectful. "Thank you. And Lin immediately picked up the fruit juice and began to enjoy it with elation. Basking in the sun while enjoying an immortal rank fruit juice, while watching mermaids frolic in the ocean, was truly an enjoyable experience. Lu Sha didn't leave upon seeing this. Instead, he asked in a quiet voice, sect leader in Lin, "Would you be interested in the mermaids swimming in the lake? If you are, you can enjoy them as well. Cough, cough, cough." And Lin almost choked on his fruit juice. "What did you say? I don't eat mermaids. They're not that perverted." Lu Sha was astonished. Were they talking about the same thing? Sect leader in Lin, I'm not talking about enjoying them as well. I'm talking about men and women. A knowing smile appeared on Lu Sha's face as he said, "Mermaids are regal and beautiful, as well as unique seductive abilities. These are all renowned beauties of the spirit fish clan. Their skin is extremely smooth and supple, and they're very pleasurable to the touch. They'll definitely give you a different feeling, and Lin, if you're worried that they're not willing, then you can rest assured. These are all your loyal admirers, and they're willing to do anything for you." Lu Sha chuckled, and Lin's mouth gaped open. He didn't think that the honest-looking turtle would be so shameless. "Aren't you afraid that Lan Xiaoni will hang you up and beat you up for doing all this?" And Lin asked, "I'm not afraid of being beaten up in order to make you happy." Lu Sha replied with a determined expression, "All right, then, I'll do as you wish." A crisp, pleasant voice suddenly sounded from behind him, but there was a hint of frostiness in the voice. Lu Sha's turtle body shuddered, and he looked behind him to find that Lan Xiaoni had appeared behind him and was glaring at him with a cold expression. "Ah, Alliance Leader Lan, you're innocent. Please listen to me. Guards! Drag Lu Sha out and hang him up and beat him up." Lan Xiaoni issued a command, and a few spirit fish clan mighty figures carried Lu Sha away. Lu Sha retracted his head and limbs into his turtle shell in fear as he trembled uncontrollably with remorse. Lan Xiaoni looked at him coldly and harumphed in her heart. "You think you can take advantage of Big Boss and Lin? In your dreams. I haven't had enough yet." Chapter 1866. And Lin was a little flustered at the sight of the spirit fish clan beauties frolicking in the lake. Some of them didn't even dare to play volleyball and immediately hid in the water to blow bubbles. "Big Boss and Lin, you weren't bullied by those lechers in the lake, right?" Lan Xiaoni sat down beside Lin and spoke in a soft and gentle voice. "Of course not. Do you know who your big boss is? How could he be bullied by them?" And Lin looked at Lan Xiaoni's flawless features, as well as her snowy white skin that was so supple that he wanted to pinch it. She had a massive bust and a slender waist, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. His underling had already crushed them countless times over, so why did he have to enjoy other mermaids? Lan Xiaoni set up a bench beside Lin and lay down lazily. She stretched out her slender body on the bench with a reluctant expression. "Big Boss and Lin, I heard you're leaving tomorrow." "That's right. I still have some matters to attend to at the sect, so I can't leave for too long. If anything happens in the West Sea, we'll contact each other via voice transmission talisman." And Lin replied. Lan Xiaoni nodded and looked up at the sky in a rare moment of silence. She had waited for him for over 100 years, and they had only been together for a few days before she had to leave again. "I really hope this battle can end soon. I'm already very tired. Being the Alliance leader really isn't as fun as being a salted fish." Lan Xiaoni suddenly sighed with a forlorn expression. "Don't worry, I'll be a salted fish soon. My dream is to become an ordinary cultivator. I want to live a blissful life with no conflicts, no perils, and the occasional flexing. This dream will become a reality after the battle with the heavenly human tribe is over." And Lin felt like it was time to end this battle, no matter how he had to do it. Lan Xiaoni's eyes lit up. This was the first time she had heard Lin talk about dreams, and this was a dream that suited her very well. "Big Boss and Lin, can I flex with you after battle?" And Lin nodded with a smile in the face of such a refreshing request. "Of course. The next morning, Lan Xiaoni bade farewell to Enlin on the immortal land above water, and Lin set off for the 4-9 Immortal Sect. His gains from this trip to the West Sea were so great that even he couldn't imagine it. Firstly, he had destroyed the heavenly weather god and the heavenly poison god, thereby obtaining the powers of weather and poison. Secondly, he had successfully cultivated all of his 5 elemental cultivation methods to perfection, successfully refined his body of the war god to the phenomenal success stage, and even comprehended the 5 elemental body, increasing his battle prowess to a level that even he couldn't understand. In the end, he had a successful meeting with the heavenly sea god and learned of the heavenly sea god's grand ambitions. And Lin glanced at the diamond-shaped crystal in his chest and began to look forward to what would happen next. In any case, the other 4 paramount heavenly gods were all going to be destroyed anyway. With the heavenly sea god's assistance, this was a win-win situation for him. As for whether or not the heavenly sea god would ascend to the throne and become the paramount being of the heavenly Tao, that could wait until he killed the 4 paramount heavenly gods, he felt that things were going well. He had reaped far too many rewards, and it was as if he could get whatever he wanted. And Lin couldn't help but look up at the sky. Could it be that the heavens were looking out for him? But he was a man who was going to fight the heavens, so why would the heavens be looking out for him? What kind of crazy person was this? Achoo! The heavenly life goddess suddenly sneezed as she sat on a branch of the divine tree. That's awkward. I got scolded. She twirled a few strands of hair around her fingers as she spoke with a smile. And Lin has become a lot more powerful. Our efforts have not been in vain. A voice suddenly sounded from the sky. How powerful has he become? The heavenly life goddess asked. He's invincible below the paramount heavenly god level. As for the specific number, I can't calculate it. We'll only know after we fight. The heavenly heaven god replied in an indifferent voice. Can he force the paramount heavenly god's true form of Tao out of his body? The heavenly life goddess asked with a smile. Of course not, the heavenly heaven god replied in a straightforward manner. The true form of Tao is the ultimate power of paramount heavenly gods like us. We'll only use it when we're forced into a corner. And Lin doesn't have the right to force us to do that. Then what can he do? The heavenly life goddess was a little displeased. We just need him to keep the heavenly sea god at bay for a while. I'm sure Lin has a very good chance of doing that, the heavenly heaven god replied. A faint smile appeared on the heavenly life goddess' face. That's true. As long as light, earth, and sea are either severely wounded or killed, no one will be able to stop us. I hope the battle comes soon, and I hope he doesn't disappoint us. At the 4-9 Immortal Sect, thousands of idol disciples lined up once again, shouting slogans and loudly welcoming the triumphant return of the sovereign. Bai Ling, why do you always get me to come back in advance? And Lin looked at the youthful and enthusiastic disciples with a speechless expression. A woman with a hint of a smile on her face stepped forward. You don't know anything about the power of science, so you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. And Lin, by the way, how was your trip, sect leader? Bai Ling asked. Not bad. I killed 2 heavenly gods, and Lin replied in an indifferent voice. All of the spectating disciples were astonished again. There was only one thought in their minds. Sect leader is bad *s. Every time he went out, he either destroyed the heavenly gate or killed heavenly gods. He felt like killing 1 or 2 heavenly gods was as easy as drinking water for him, and he was almost blinding them. It really was worth it for them to line up here to welcome him. Every time they heard news about him, it was always so inspiring, and they wanted to kneel before him. That's right, and Lin was the unparalleled hero they were waiting for. Bai Ling's expression had always been cold and aloof, but she couldn't help but blush upon hearing Lin's words, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Really? That's so impressive. Which 2 heavenly gods did you kill? Don't worry, we'll talk about it during the meeting. And Lin smiled. Bai Ling pursed her lips and grumbled in her heart. You're just trying to show off when there are more people in the meeting, right? Oh, by the way, there's something else I want to tell you, Bai Ling suddenly said. What is it? And Lin asked. Someone wants to spar with you. A mysterious smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. Spar? And Lin suddenly became excited. Who is it? He was just fretting over the fact that he had no one to test his strength against after becoming more powerful. This spar was perfect. Bai Ling smiled. He's been waiting for you for 3 days. He's on the drill ground. Oh, right, his name is the Battling Buddha. Chapter 1867. The Battling Buddha. And Lin's eyes gradually lit up. He is indeed a good opponent. Firstly, they were familiar with each other, so it would be easier for them to communicate. Secondly, the monkey was very powerful, so he could fight to his heart's content. Thirdly, the monkey was a seasoned veteran, so even if Lin accidentally injured his opponent, it probably wouldn't mind. Then, sect leader, are you going to have a meeting first? Or are you going to spar first? Bai Ling asked. Everyone else is already waiting. It's not a good idea to have a meeting first, is it? And Lin blinked. A faint smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. He's already been waiting for so long, so it doesn't matter if he waits a little longer. This was a good suggestion, but Lin didn't have the heart to reject it. He had to entertain his friend first. So Lin decided to spar first, on the drill ground of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. There were already over 10,000 disciples gathered here, and all of them were gathered around the majestic monkey. The monkey was handsome, and his eyes were like bright stars. He wore a golden crown on his head, and he wore a suit of iridescent armor. His body was extremely muscular and intimidating, and just by standing there with his golden banded staff in his hand, he had already attracted the attention of over 10,000 disciples. Hey, did you know? I heard that he's going to spar with our sect leader. Is there anyone in the sect who doesn't know about this? This is the most important event in the entire sect. I wonder if our sect leader will accept the challenge. Isn't that obvious? Our sect leader hates the heavens and the earth. Why would he be afraid of a monkey's challenge? If he comes back, he's definitely going to come and fight us. A female disciple spoke without any hesitation. It could be said that she knew their sect leader very well. I really admire the Battling Buddha. To think that he would dare to spar with our sect leader. I wonder how many punches he can take. Don't underestimate the Battling Buddha. He's a super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage of the Buddhist kingdom, second only to the Gautama Buddha. Apparently, he's also a heavenly disciple candidate of the heaven-crushing sect. So, how many punches can he take from our sect leader? The disciples were all excitedly discussing this matter. Although the Battling Buddha was very powerful, their sect leader was even more invincible. In the hearts of the disciples, and Lin had already surpassed everything else. He was an invincible god of war, and they had never considered the possibility of losing. All they cared about was how many punches the Battling Buddha could take. Sect elder Yao Mingshi made a conservative estimate. If Lin was just having a friendly sparring match, it would probably take several hundred rounds. If he went all out, he would probably be able to defeat the Battling Buddha within a dozen rounds. Most of the disciples agreed with this statement. A black brick suddenly descended from the sky. The disciples on the field burst into enthusiastic cheers. Their Lord Sovereign had returned. Su Xiaolan leaned on Goldie's back, her green clothes wrapped around her delicate body, and her clear eyes stared the man who had returned. She looked rather helpless and jealous as she said, "Sai, it wasn't easy to come back, but the first thing I thought of was to fight." A hearty laughter came from the sky. "Ha ha ha, Brother Ryukong, sorry to keep you waiting." The Battling Buddha gripped the golden-banded staff tightly in his hand as he looked up at the man in the sky with a smile on his face. "It won't be long. I'm more than willing to wait a year for a chance to battle with Brother Lin." And Lin's white robe danced around him as a burst of clear energy erupted from his body. A dazzling golden Buddhist light also erupted from the battling Buddha's body. His benevolence was imbued with surging battle intent, as if he were trying to enlighten his opponent through battle. Their auras erupted at the same time. Gale force winds instantly swept through heaven and earth. All of the disciples were struck by a sense of asphyxiation, and some of them were even unable to stand up straight. The combined auras of the two of them were far too terrifying. Even though they weren't being targeted, they were still unable to withstand the fearsome auras that were being released unintentionally. If you're going to fight, please move to another location. This place isn't suitable for you, Bai Ling said in an indifferent voice, and Lin nodded upon hearing this, and he turned to the battling Buddha. How about we switch to another location and fight on the Great Grassland? That's exactly what I want. The Great Grassland is great. I feel like I won't be able to unleash my full power in a sect battle. The battling Buddha immediately agreed. The two of them began to fly toward the Great Grassland outside the sect. There were also a bunch of spectating disciples trailing behind them. Meanwhile, Bai Ling silently fortified the 4-9 Immortal sect's defensive barrier and used her spatial power to keep all of the spectating disciples at bay. Are you all in such a hurry to die? Without anyone to protect you, Sect leader and Lin will be able to reduce all of you to mincemeat with a single punch. All of the disciples finally came to their senses. Their sect leader was an extremely terrifying being to them. He was a powerful being that they didn't even have the right to spectate from the sidelines. However, you don't have to be too disappointed. My Purple Star satellite will be broadcasting this battle in high definition from this drill ground. Bai Ling said with a smile, "Long live Pavilion Lord Bai. Big sister, Bai is the best. I finally get to see sect leader and Lin battle the battling Buddha. I'm so excited." All of the disciples immediately began to yell with excitement. Soon, an image appeared on the drill ground, and Lin and the battling Buddha had already landed on a boundless grassland, and they were locked in a standoff. Even though all of the disciples weren't looking at an actual person, they were still affected by the tense atmosphere, and all of them stared intently at the image in fear of missing even a single instant. On a boundless grassland over 5,000 kilometers away from the 4-9 Immortal sect, and Lin and the battling Buddha were locked in a standoff. Brother Ryukong, seeing as you're the one who challenged me, I'll give you the chance to attack me first. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back as he spoke in an indifferent voice. If that's the case, then be careful, brethren. The battling Buddha was not an indecisive person. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. He had invited Enlin to the Buddhist kingdom, but Enlin didn't have the time to come, so he decided to come to the 4-9 Immortal sect. He was a powerful being who lived for battle, and he felt like he would regret it if he didn't have a good battle against a powerful being like Enlin. Take this, old son, heaven-piercing staff. Boom! A golden-banded staff hurtled through the air as it continued to expand. Heaven and earth had been transformed into a vast expanse of golden light, and Lin was struck by an extremely powerful sense of pressure from the oncoming golden-banded staff. Ha ha ha! Perfect timing. The battling Buddha was at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and Enlin wanted to see if his phenomenal success stage body of the war god would be able to withstand an attack from a being at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. He stood on the spot and allowed the golden-banded staff to strike him. Boom! The long and thick golden-banded staff crashed into Enlin's body in an extremely violent manner, sending him flying for over 50 kilometers before finally coming to a stop, leaving a deep trench in the ground. Brother Enlin, you dare to look down on me? I'm not going to hold back. A satisfied smile appeared on the battling Buddha's face. That felt good, Enlin sighed with ecstasy. Chapter 1868. The battling Buddha's staff crashed into Enlin's body with boundless power, making his body of the war god's blood churn. The battling Buddha's eyebrows trembled slightly. His defenses are this tough? No wonder he was able to take my staff head on. Watch this move of mine. The golden-banded staff in his hand quickly shrank, but his body rose high into the sky as he raised the golden-banded staff high into the air. Boundless Buddhist light, imbued with the aura of great benevolence and might, surged through the heavens before rainbow light suddenly converged on the staff. Countless peculiar scenes appeared behind the battling Buddha. Some were bustling mortal worlds, some were beautiful immortal realms, some were battlefields riddled with blood, and some were hells where evil ghosts and living beings wailed in anguish. Battling Buddha, great thousand-world explosion. Buddhist true intent imbued with great benevolence combined with the great thousand world before converging on the golden-banded staff, making it exude earth-shattering might that could puncture an entire world. Brother Enlil, let's see how you're going to take my staff. The battling Buddha let loose an enraged roar as his golden-banded staff came crashing down from the sky. The ground within a radius of several hundred kilometers had already caved in before the staff had even reached Enlil. Enlil's entire body trembled. This was a very powerful power, and he really liked it. He extended a hand to defend himself against the descending staff. Bam! A Buddhist light exploded as heaven and earth tremored violently. The earth within a radius of several hundred kilometers was instantly punctured, creating an unfathomably deep abyss within which boundless Buddhist light surged. All of the spectating disciples' hearts leaped into their throats upon seeing this. Even Bai Ling, Su Xiaolan, and the other top-rate powerful beings were getting a little concerned. They believed that Enlil would win, but they didn't think that Enlil would be careless enough to take the battling Buddha's attack with his own body. One had to realize that the battling Buddha had unleashed his full power of the divine Tao to unleash this attack. Even weaker Tao integration stage, super mighty figures would have been insta-killed by that attack. Yet Enlil was using his hand to block it? Enlil will be fine, right? Su Xiaolan spread her holy flame wings and flew into the sky, looking into the distance. Hee, it's fine as long as he's not dead. It's a good thing that he's been taught a lesson for underestimating his opponent. Bai Ling chuckled coldly as she adjusted the zoom of the satellite to capture an image of Enlil. However, in the next second, an even more unbelievable scene appeared. The golden-banded staff was rapidly rising into the air, and even though the battling Buddha was suppressing the golden-banded staff with all his might, he was unable to stop it from rising. With one hand on the bottom of the Jingu Bang, Enlil slowly rose into the air with a calm expression. His white clothes were still spotless, and there were no wounds on his body. You accepted it. The victorious fighting Buddha monkey's eyes widened, and he couldn't maintain his composure. You actually took on my great thousand-world explosion with your bare hands. In his mind, if Enlil didn't use his powers of the heavenly gods, then his combat prowess should be about the same as his own. But now, Enlil had taken on his most powerful attack with his bare hands. That's a pretty good attack. Keep it up, I can still handle it. Enlil's eyes glowed with excitement as he held the golden-banded staff in one hand. The battling Buddha almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. You want to keep it up? That's already all the power I can muster. Do you want me to sacrifice my life for you? Enlil was extremely elated. An opponent at the Tao integration pinnacle stage was perfect for him to test the limits of his body. The battling Buddha's attack had made his blood boil, but he was still a little far from his limit. After all, he hadn't even unleashed his 5 elemental body yet, so he was hoping that the battling Buddha would be able to give him a few more attacks. The battling Buddha really wanted to say, I'm fine now. However, he couldn't. As the battling Buddha, he couldn't say no. The Monkey King's eyes suddenly became as dazzling as the sun, and holy flames that could incinerate all things burst forth. If physical attacks didn't work, then he would use spell techniques. Boom! Golden holy flames exploded on Enlin's body, and it was as if a golden sun were proliferating outward. The scorching heat waves spread out in a ring shape, instantly burning the green grass to ashes wherever it passed. However, the battling Buddha didn't even have a chance to check on Enlin before he discovered that the holy flames erupting from his eyes were being engulfed by something. Enlin's mouth gaped open, and he swallowed all of the holy flames unleashed by the battling Buddha in less than 3 seconds. Phew! What pure flames! They taste quite good. Enlin gave the battling Buddha a thumbs up. However, now that things have come to this, there's no need for us to test each other anymore, right? Let's use our true powers and have a good fight. The battling Buddha's teeth were chattering. Use his true powers? But he had just used his true powers. He had been provoked by Enlin, and he was feeling an indescribable sense of panic. However, a thought suddenly occurred to the battling Buddha, and he discovered another possibility, which was that Enlin was trying to provoke his enemy into thinking that he was very powerful in order to weaken their momentum. That's right. This was a psychological tactic. The battling Buddha was enlightened. The battling Buddha roared as his body abruptly expanded, transforming into a massive monkey god over 10,000 feet tall. An immortal aura emanated from his body, creating an extremely fearsome sight to behold. Enlin, don't think I'm scared of you. Come on, punch me. I'll crush you fair and square. The battling Buddha roared with rage, and just the sound waves from his voice alone caused the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of meters to tremor violently. Ha ha ha. As you wish. Enlin's emotions were also affected by the battling Buddha's monstrous battle intent, and he immediately unleashed the power of his body of the war god to its maximal extent before unleashing a fist toward the massive monkey god. The battling Buddha also unleashed a fist that was enshrouded in boundless Buddhist light. At this moment, everyone stared intently at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. This was going to be an extremely intense and evenly matched battle. Not only did they think this way, but Enlin and the battling Buddha were also of the same opinion. The two fists clashed, and the might of their fists exploded forth. Bam! The battling Buddha's mountainous fist suddenly exploded. Then came his flesh, then his bones. Immediately afterward, his entire arm was pulverized by an invisible force. Not only that, but the radius of the fist projection was far more than just an arm. The space before Enlin was completely blasted apart, and the fist projection was like an invincible divine mountain crashing into the battling Buddha's chest, upon which a massive hole several hundred meters in diameter was blasted open. PFFF! The battling Buddha threw up a mouthful of blood, and his body was blasted flying for several hundred kilometers before tumbling to the ground in an extremely disheveled manner. The massive monkey god struggled a few times on the ground, only to find that he was unable to get up. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. One punch, and Enlin had only unleashed one punch. He had completely crippled the battling Buddha. Chapter 1869. This can't be real. Sect leader Enlin only used one punch? The battling Buddha is the second most powerful being in the Buddhist kingdom and a heavenly disciple candidate of the heaven-crushing sect. How could he not even take a single punch from our sect leader? All of the disciples knew that their sect leader was bad *S, but they didn't think that he would be bad *SS enough to vanquish such a powerful enemy with just one punch. Wasn't this supposed to be a friendly sparring session that could last over a dozen rounds? Why was it that his opponent replied GG after just one punch? Was this monkey too weak? No, the battling Buddha, exploding world that the monkey had given them was still fresh in their minds. This wasn't the monkey's fault. It was all because their sect leader was too bad *S. All of the disciples were astonished. Once again, they were extremely embarrassed by the fact that they didn't understand how bad * as their sect leader was. Godin, I'm so sorry. I'm an idiot. Yao Mingxi's #1 diehard fan was already shedding tears of remorse. Wah. Big brother, I'm also at fault. Yao Xiao was also sobbing uncontrollably. I thought Godin would need a dozen or so punches to defeat the battling Buddha. How could I look down on my idol like this? All of the disciples were either astonished or remorseful. Su Xiaolan, Little Huang, Long Ao Yin, and Bai Ling were all given a huge fright. They knew very well what Enlin's punch entailed. It was a metamorphosis of power. What did Enlin experience in the West Sea? Bai Ling murmured to herself, "It's going to be a lot of pressure to become more powerful alongside him." A vibrant smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. "I have to work hard as well." At this moment, Enlin had already rushed over to the battling Buddha and gave him an immortal pill to recover from his injuries. "Brother Ryukong, I'm really sorry. I didn't think that I would be so heavy-handed. After my power skyrocketed, I'm a little confused about my own position. I'm really sorry." Enlin held the battling Buddha in his arms as he apologized profusely. The battling Buddha had already returned to his original form, but he was missing an arm and half of his chest had been blasted away, and he was coughing up blood relentlessly. He looked at Enlin with a dazed expression. Am I really that weak C***? I can't even take a punch from you." "No, you're not weak. I'm the one who's too strong." Enlin consoled. Tears welled up in the battling Buddha's eyes as he listened to Enlin's words of consolation. "I'm so stupid. He shouldn't have asked for this duel." The last time they had separated, they had been evenly matched in terms of combat prowess. Even if Enlin was slightly more powerful than him, there was a limit to how powerful he was. The battling Buddha felt like this was going to be a satisfying battle. However, they had only been separated for less than a year, and when they met again to exchange pointers, how was he instantly defeated? He wanted to gain inspiration through battle, not experience the feeling of smashing a rock with an egg. The battling Buddha was still in a state of self-doubt, and Lin consoled him in a gentle voice, and the battling Buddha's emotions became a little unstable. In the end, Bai Ling had to step in to calm the battling Buddha down. Bai Ling took the battling Buddha to the nursing home for treatment. After this battle, Enlin developed a clearer understanding of his own combat prowess. His regular combat prowess had already transcended beyond the Tao integration pinnacle stage. As for how far he had progressed, he didn't have anyone to refer to. He thought back to all of the powerful enemies he had faced in the past, and if he had to make a comparison, he felt like he was about as powerful as the half-step god of creation stage, ancient fiend celestial in the spirit realm. As for how powerful he would be after activating his 5-elemental body, he didn't know and he didn't dare to think about it. And Lin's battle with the battling Buddha created a massive stir in the 4-9 Immortal sect. Before he knew it, he had gained another wave of fanatical fans, and countless disciples worshipped him as a god. However, this wasn't what Enlin wanted to see. If things continued like this, the entire 4-9 Immortal sect was going to become his fanatical fan base. Enlin had no choice but to convene all of the pavilion lords and elders of the 4-9 Immortal sect for an important conference. During the conference, he elaborated on his experiences in the West Sea, his glorious battle, his invincible body, and the divine cultivation method he had mastered, upon which he received another wave of shock and admiration. Of course, he still had to keep the heavenly sea god a secret. This wasn't because he was wary of his friends. Instead, he was worried that the other paramount heavenly gods would sense something amiss. 2 hours later, Enlin walked out of the conference room in high spirits after bragging. He was going to slack off for a while and wait for the heavenly sea god to descend on the Tai Chu continent in 3 months. Su Xiaolan followed behind Enlin and tugged on Enlin's sleeve as she looked at him with her bright eyes. "Enlin, I feel like you've been very tense ever since you came back. You've clearly become so powerful, so why are you feeling so much pressure?" Enlin faltered slightly before a warm smile appeared on his face. "You figured that out too?" As expected of Xiaolan. "However, I can't tell you about this for now. I'm afraid that someone might be eavesdropping." Su Xiaolan pursed her lips with an earnest expression. "That's all right, I understand. If there's anything you need me to do, feel free to tell me. And Lin couldn't help but stroke her delicate nose with an amused expression. Then I want you to cook for me every day. I haven't tasted Chef Goddess Yaolan's cooking for a long time. No problem. There are over 100 different flavors, over 1,000 different ingredients, and over 10,000 different cooking methods. You can choose anything you like. There's nothing that you can't think of. But there's nothing that I, Chef Lan, can't do. Su Xiaolan patted her chest proudly. The two of them chatted and laughed as they returned to their living quarters. That night, and Lin tasted Su Xiaolan's love dinner. That flavor was the flavor of true love. It was so delicious that Lin still wanted more, and he became an insatiable man. After a hearty meal, the two of them went to the summit of the full moon mountain and gazed at the stars together. Taking a break from work and enjoying the moment was the two's daily life in the sect. Their days were fulfilling and blissful. Look, and Lin, the white moon is getting brighter and brighter, but the red moon in the sky is starting to dim. Su Xiaolan pointed at the two moons in the sky with an elated expression. The moonlight shone down on her beautiful features, making her appear as if she were a holy maiden from the heavens. And Lin naturally knew what the brightness of the two moons in the sky represented. He was also quite elated. Chang'e has the upper hand. Wasn't she looking like she was going to lose last time? Last time, she was targeted by a certain power of the heavenly Tao because she was a human. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lost to a newbie who suddenly wanted to reach the Tao integration stage after preparing for so long, Su Xiaolan explained. And Lin was quite curious. Then, how did she gain the upper hand this time? Chapter 1870. Su Xiaolan pointed toward the northeastern direction with a smile. This is all thanks to Nuwa's mending of the heavens. She's indirectly assisting Big Sister Chang. And Lin came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. That's right. After the heavenly Tao became complete, the subconsciousness was able to further repress the heavenly gods and the heavenly human tribe. These heavenly gods are the main force targeting the human race, so Chang'e must have been targeted by them as well. Now that Nuwa is mending the heavens and using the perfected heavenly Tao subconsciousness to suppress the heavenly gods, the power targeting Chang'e has most likely also been repressed, and it's been repressed quite severely, thereby giving Chang'e a chance to turn the tables. He raised his goblet full of immortal wine to the full moon in the sky and laughed heartily. Congratulations. Congratulations, Chang'e. I propose a toast to you. In a battle between the two moons, one of them had to die. When he learned that Chang'e was on the back foot, he had been extremely concerned, but there was nothing he could do. After all, that meant that Chang'e was most likely going to die. However, Chang'e was now able to turn the tables. This meant that not only was she not going to die, she was going to reach unprecedented heights. As a friend, and Lin was quite elated. During the next few days, the white moon in the sky became brighter and brighter, while the red moon became dimmer and dimmer. If there were no mishaps, Chang'e's victory was already a foregone conclusion. At the same time, on the distant Earth, on the famous Earth, a dazzling galaxy of stars stretched across the entire universe. Within a massive spatial gate between the two worlds, a white figure suddenly flew out. He had a pair of wings on his back, and he flew extremely quickly, sending ripples sweeping through the air. He traveled 5 kilometers in the blink of an eye, and a white crystalline barrier enshrouded his body, which was powerful enough to keep any weapon on Earth at bay. However, he had only flown for 50 kilometers before crashing heavily into a powerful enchantment barrier. Oh, there's a big fish this time. A little girl with delicate and flawless features muttered as her eyes lit up. The blue starry sky formation expanded with her at the center, completely surrounding the other party. Oh no, no wonder we lost contact with those who went in. It turns out that there was a top-notch formation ambush. The man was a great general of the heavenly human tribe, and his expression changed drastically upon seeing this. He immediately flapped his wings and flew away at top speed in an attempt to retreat into the spatial gate. His speed was extremely fast, and his explosive power was comparable to that of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. "Hey, you came to Earth as a guest. Are you going back so soon?" A clear and melodious voice came from the front. A voluptuous woman in a pink Lolita dress with white rabbit ears had appeared in front of the Heavenly Human Tribe Great General's escape route. "Get lost!" The Heavenly Human Tribe Great General let loose an enraged roar, and holy light suddenly descended from above before converging in her hand to form an extremely substantial light sword that was several kilometers in length, which she then slashed violently toward the woman. Wow, what a powerful slash! The woman cried out in alarm. Then she raised her slender and beautiful leg and swung it. Bam! The powerful light sword unleashed by the Heavenly Human Tribe Great General was shattered by a single kick from the woman. The Heavenly Human Tribe Great General's eyes widened, and his mind went completely blank. Since when had his attacks become so fragile? Even a Tao integration stage super mighty figure would have to tread carefully in the face of his attacks. Could it be in the next instant a pair of white rabbit ears appeared before him? The woman's body was slightly hunched over, and her rabbit ears were almost glued to his head. She withdrew her fists, which were enshrouded by a faint pink light, and an indescribably terrifying energy fluctuation erupted forth, threatening to freeze the surrounding space for all eternity. Spirit power, rabbit powder, heaven-crushing fist. Bam! The fist hurtled through the air. Heaven-crushing true intent instantly tore through the Heavenly Human Tribe Great General's defenses. The boundless spirit power was even more dazzling than the galaxy before him. The Heavenly Human Tribe Great General's expression was one of shock and horror. But before he had a chance to do anything, his body was completely pulverized into dust by the power of the fist. The rabbit maiden slowly withdrew her fist as an expression of shock appeared on her face. What a powerful enemy! To think that he could take 2 of my punches. I wonder what kind of fearsome challenges he's going to face next. Xiao Fu was speechless. You insta-killed him with 1 strike, and you're telling him that he could take 2 of your punches? Is this a new form of mockery? The rabbit maiden spoke with a serious expression. Cultivation is not an easy task. We should give the dead their final dignity. Xiao Fu! The rabbit maiden sent a text message to Enlin. The rabbit maiden became the guardian deity of Earth again today and successfully protected Earth. Also, when are you going to deliver the food you cooked? Within the white nectar sea, atop the divine tree. Great General Long Ing is dead. The woman with long green hair opened her orange eyes and murmured to herself. He didn't even get a chance to escape after entering that place for less than a minute. It's quite clear that there are at least 3 Tao integration stage super mighty figures guarding that place. Nuwa sure is generous. Nuwa has already been enraged and mended the heavens in advance. We've already achieved our objective. So why do you still want to destroy Earth? The heavenly heaven god's voice sounded from above. A faint smile appeared on the woman's face. And Lin hasn't been enraged yet. He's definitely going to be very sad and enraged if we kill all of his friends and family. The heavenly heaven god fell silent for a moment before replying. What's the point? And Lin is going to fight the light land and the sea sooner or later. If we enrage him, he might even turn on us. No, that won't happen. He will view all heavenly humans and heavenly gods as enemies. Perhaps he can release the demons in his heart and become even more powerful. That would be beneficial to us as well, wouldn't it? The woman replied in an indifferent voice. Then who do you want to send? The heavenly heaven god asked. The powerful beings guarding Earth are most likely not as simple as you think they are. We have a rough idea of where the god of creation and Enlin are. Neither of them has appeared on Earth. No matter how powerful the powerful beings on Earth are, can they be more powerful than gods of creation? I'll just send a heavenly god. The heavenly life goddess smiled. Nuwa will quickly react to the arrival of the heavenly gods. If we take too long, the heavenly gods will be in grave danger. The heavenly heaven god said, "If that's the case, then we'll send the heavenly gods who are most suited to slaughter living beings." The heavenly life goddess smiled. The heavenly heaven god, "Who?" The heavenly life goddess, "Spirit, come out." A semi-transparent green lizard dragon with a pair of wings on its back suddenly appeared before the woman, before falling to its knees. "Goddess of life, did you summon me? How long would it take to destroy a particle energy civilization with 10 to 5 Tao integration stage super mighty figures and less than 10 return to void stage super mighty figures?" The heavenly life goddess asked. "Do we need to kill Tao integration stage super mighty figures?" The lizard dragon asked. "No, just kill the other humans," the heavenly life goddess replied. 10 seconds. I only need 10 seconds, the heavenly mind goddess replied with a serious expression. Even the heavenly heaven god was a little surprised to hear this. However, the heavenly life goddess chuckled. "See, the most convenient and efficient way to destroy 10 billion living beings isn't through physical destruction. Instead, it's through mental destruction. In particular, if a high-rank living being attacks a low-rank living being, a spiritual attack that encompasses the entire planet will be enough to ensure that no living beings are able to escape. What does the heavenly life goddess need me to do?" The heavenly mind god asked in a humble yet pious voice. The heavenly life goddess waved a hand. "Go and destroy all living beings on Earth." Chapter 1871. At the edge of the solar system. This place was several billion kilometers away from Earth, and one could see that Earth was as beautiful as a blue ball, as well as the sun that burned like a furnace. A massive gate of light stood silently in outer space. This was the only flaw on Earth, as well as the biggest flaw on Earth. If the coordinates were discovered, most living beings would be able to forcibly pass through the gate of light and descend upon Earth. Heaven Pioneer Stage heavenly humans could do this, and so could heavenly gods. The rabbit maiden hovered in outer space with her slender legs swinging from side to side. Her pink dress fluttered in the wind, and she didn't seem to mind the fact that there were only 2 artifact spirits here. As for the humans on Earth, they didn't even know where she was. So there was no need to be concerned. There was nothing to be ashamed about, even if she were to run around naked in outer space. No one would be able to see her anyway. I killed a Heaven Pioneer Stage heavenly human, so the enemies should be a little more wary now, right? If they're scared of me and don't attack Earth again, then wouldn't I be able to continue living like this? The rabbit maiden was quite elated with this in mind. I'm so weak, pitiful, and helpless. It would be best if I could stay here for 100 years. When the time comes, I'll be able to regain my freedom and continue to be a free rabbit. The rabbit maiden's face was filled with yearning. She was a peace-loving person, and she hated fighting and killing the most. However, just as these thoughts were running through her mind, spatial fluctuations erupted from the spatial gate again. What the hell? Why do they still dare to come here? Is it really that fun to line up for food delivery? The rabbit maiden gritted her teeth with rage. No, I have to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they'll think that I'm a pushover. Crack, a semi-transparent green dragon claw suddenly pierced through the gate of light before latching onto the frame of the gate. A series of sharp screeches erupted as the dragon claw slithered through the air. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly descended. Immediately afterward, a gargantuan body leaped out from the spatial gate. Roar! The green lizard dragon spread its wings and roared. Fate is fickle, but the spirit is eternal. Formation Spirit Shao Fu was struck by the sound waves, and she felt as if her head were about to explode, and the Karma Star Protection Formation also became extremely unstable. She saw the divine halo above the lizard's head, and her expression changed drastically. Heavenly God, A heavenly god has arrived. The rabbit maiden could sense his paramount aura, and all of her fur stood up on end as a look of shock and horror appeared on her face. Is this the heavens? What a terrifying aura, as if it's a supreme god that controls the entire world. I can't even bring myself to offend it. Quick, big sister rabbit, activate your heaven-crushing true intent. Xiao Fu yelled. The rabbit maiden came to her senses and immediately unleashed the heaven-crushing true intent taught to her by the ancient dragon empress. Only then was the omnipresent sense of oppression repressed. So this is a heavenly god. My God, that's terrifying. Why would such a powerful being attack a small place like this? The rabbit maiden trembled uncontrollably. To think that there are two top-tier formations that transcend beyond the Tao integration stage here. The lizard dragon was clearly a little surprised, but it wasn't nervous. No wonder the great general was killed upon entering this place. This is indeed not something they can contend with. Then where is Earth? The lizard dragon looked around before catching sight of Earth, which was like a small blue ball in the distance, slowly drifting through the air. The lizard dragon, holy F asterisk CK, why is it so far away? It's way beyond my range. It had boasted to the heavenly life goddess that it could kill billions of living beings in 10 seconds. But that was only because it could unleash its spell techniques as soon as it appeared. Now that it was so far away, how the hell was it supposed to cast a spell technique? So be it, I'll use my spatial skipping technique as soon as possible. The lizard dragon murmured to itself as it unleashed its enormous mental power to blast a small hole into the Karma Star Protection Formation. It was just about to tear open space when it discovered to its astonishment that space had been sealed. What's going on? Do you want to die? The lizard dragon glowered at a human woman with rabbit ears. It had initially wanted to ignore these weaklings as time was of the essence, and killing these humans was its top priority. However, it didn't think that these weaklings would provoke it of their own volition. Even though you're very terrifying, I can't allow you to harm humans. The rabbit maiden spread open her arms and positioned herself in front of the green lizard dragon with a firm expression. You think you're worthy of standing in my way? The lizard dragon detected the rabbit maiden's aura, which was quite peculiar. However, the heavenly life goddess had told it that there were 3 to 5 Tao integration stage super mighty figures here, so it had nothing to fear. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Remember, the one who will kill you is the heavenly mind god. Experience the terror of my power. The lizard dragon spread open its wings and pounced toward the rabbit maiden as a dazzling soul power burst forth from its claws. Crumble, you feeble consciousness. The dragon claws were imbued with the power to shatter all living beings' consciousnesses, and even a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure with the protection of the divine Tao would be unable to defend against this attack. Bam! Divine power surged forth and space exploded. The lizard dragon's eyes widened as it stared blankly at its claws, which were imbued with dazzling spiritual power, only to find that its claws were completely immobilized by a petite hand. How could this be? The lizard dragon's expression shifted drastically. What a coincidence. Are you also a spiritual power user? The woman's ears perked up, and there was a crafty and excited look on her face as she said, "What a coincidence, I'm also very good at it. My mind and divine soul are connected, and I'm Heavenly King Shiling of the Spirit Clan. Come, let's fight." Within the white nectar sea, at the pinnacle of the divine tree, the heavenly life goddess was sipping some flower tea. 10 seconds have passed, and the heavenly mind god still hasn't returned. The heavenly heaven god said, "Don't worry. Do you think traveling between 2 worlds doesn't take time? Maybe it's just playing around and wants to find a few powerful beings to kill? It'll only take 1 minute for it to come back." The heavenly life goddess smiled. "I understand." At the edge of the solar system, boom, Howl! The heavenly mind god let loose a wail of anguish as a massive gash appeared on its chest. Energy gushed forth like blood as its body tumbled backward. A young woman in a Lolita dress had a blue cape draped over her shoulders, and her hands had transformed into crimson rabbit claws as she made her way toward the heavenly mind god. Come on, don't go easy on me just because I'm adorable. Let this heavenly king experience just how powerful an existence that wields authority is. Cheen Wentian roared. The rabbit's voice reverberated through space through a certain method. It was quite pleasant to the ears, but it struck the heavenly mind god with a boundless chill. The lizard dragon's body trembled involuntarily at the sight of the oncoming young woman. Adorable? Adorable, my A*S. She was a demon. Chapter 1872. At the border of the solar system, a terrifying soul power that threatened to overwhelm the entire world spread with reckless abandon, warping the space within a radius of several thousand kilometers. A burst of soul power imbued with absolute frost intent crashed into the heavenly mind god's body. The lizard dragon was about to curse out loud. The heavenly life god screwed me over. There were no Tao integration stage enemies stationed here. This was AF*, king god of creation. The heavenly mind god was about to have a mental breakdown. A god of creation, stage god of creation, had been deployed to guard a small world. Roar. I'll be back. Just you wait. The next time we meet, I'm going to tear your soul into pieces. The lizard dragon roared before spreading its wings and flying toward the spatial gate. Soul flash. A blue starry barrier enshrouded the rabbit maiden's body, and she instantly teleported to the forefront of the spatial gate before slashing her crimson rabbit claws through the air. Her claws were simply too fast, and they fell like a streak of red light. The heavenly mind god let loose a wail of anguish as its body fell back. There's no need for that. I'm begging you to F***ck me to death now. The rabbit maiden licked her rabbit paw with a wide grin. Howl! I'm going to kill you. The divine halo on the lizard dragon's head glowed with a scintillating light as countless divine weapons, imbued with all types of intents, appeared behind it. Each and every one of these divine weapons was imbued with unstoppable spiritual power that could easily contaminate or tear apart a Tao integration stage super mighty figure's consciousness. Haha, die. Only one of us will survive today. The rabbit maiden chortled with glee as her crimson rabbit claws slashed through the air, sending streaks of crimson soul light hurtling toward the heavenly mind god. The two of them clashed in the starry sky, sending shock waves of energy surging through the air. From afar, it looked like massive fireworks were exploding in the sky. If these collisions were to strike Earth, the Earth would be reduced to dust. The two formation spirits, Xiao Fu and Xiao Pang, were hiding in a corner of the formation and staring at the rabbit that had suddenly gone berserk. They didn't know what to say. What happened to the peace-loving, kind-hearted little rabbit? What was this about tearing apart a heavenly god's mental body? After tearing the flesh of the opponent's heavenly god, what was going on? What was going on with him laughing so wildly? She had transformed from a docile and adorable little bunny into a berserk and murderous rabbit. But then again, even though the rabbit maiden was quite insane, her combat prowess was surprisingly reliable. He kept calling himself a weak C** NT, but when it came down to it, he was beating the heavenly mind god in the white nectar sea, at the top of the divine tree. 1 minute has passed, the heavenly heaven god replied. What's the rush? The heavenly life goddess was a little annoyed. Perhaps the Tao integration stage super mighty figures stationed there are quite powerful and have trump cards that are keeping the heavenly mind god occupied. Don't worry, he'll be able to complete his mission very soon. The woman looked at the cup of tea in her hand. The heavenly mind god will be able to return to me before this cup of tea cools. Inside the life cabin, an extremely beautiful woman looked at the globe in her hand with an extremely dark expression. Paramount heavenly gods, Do they really think I'm a pushover? Little black, little white. Take the heaven-slaying sword and head to earth. Yes, your majesty. The black and white snake spirit tribe women bowed in acknowledgement. At the edge of the solar system, boom, 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 a violent and terrifying explosion of energy erupted. The space within a radius of several thousand kilometers had been pulverized as chaotic turbulence wreaked havoc. Thousand God Pagoda! The heavenly mind god's wings suddenly extended for several hundred kilometers, and it was as if a pair of dark green cloths were swimming in the air. Then, countless terrifyingly powerful spiritual weapons emerged from the green cloths. There were heavenly blades of joy, demonic sabers of agony, unyielding ghostly trees, immortal balls of oblivion, divine spikes. All of them appeared one after another, and the spiritual fluctuations emanating from them were extremely powerful. At the heavenly mind god's command, over 1,000 spiritual weapons hurtled toward the nearby rabbit. Streaks of light instantly filled heaven and earth, creating an extremely spectacular sight to behold. So what if you have wings? Have a taste of my cloak. The rabbit maiden flung her cloak of soul power through the air, and the cloak instantly expanded for over 500 kilometers before encompassing all of the oncoming attacks. Bam, 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 bam. A series of dull booms erupted. The 1,000 God Pagoda crashed into the rabbit maiden's cloak, but it was unable to even penetrate it. What a terrifying attack! It almost tore my cloak to shreds. Is this the power of a heavenly god's paramount nomological power? How terrifying! Ha ha ha! The rabbit maiden chortled with fear and excitement. The heavenly mind god was on the verge of a mental breakdown upon seeing its most powerful attack vanquished by its opponent's cloak, and it roared as it pounced toward the rabbit maiden again. The rabbit maiden made a series of hand seals, and when they separated again, a bright blue trident slowly appeared between them. The trident was inscribed with countless divine seals, and it was imbued with an extremely pure and profound soul power essence. This was the signature and most powerful power of a god of creation, the power of essence. With this essence, one could split open the heavens. Have a taste of my Western Tomb divine trident! The rabbit maiden held her blue trident in one hand and gripped the air toward the heavenly mind god with the other. Boundless black soul power transformed into chains that wound themselves around the heavenly mind god's body. The heavenly mind god's body abruptly faltered. The rabbit maiden leaped high into the air, traversing countless spaces to arrive before the heavenly mind god, upon which boundless soul power erupted forth from her trident. Divine trident, my trident, trident, trident. The bright blue soul power pierced through the inky black space, leaving a series of dazzling streaks of light in its wake. The green lizard dragon wailed with anguish as its body was torn apart, punctured, and pulverized on the Tai-Chu continent at the 4-9 immortal sect. And Lin was sunbathing like an old man when his voice transmission talisman suddenly rang. "Hello, Rabbit Maiden. You just sent me a text message. Why are you calling me now? It's a waste of energy to communicate across realms. Don't worry. I'll give you 2 frying pan meals a week." No, I want an extra meal." The Rabbit Maiden's confident voice sounded from the other side of the voice transmission talisman. "Huh, you're being naughty. Why should I give you an extra dish? Didn't we already agree on a price?" And Lin was displeased. The frying pan was so delicious, and he wanted to eat a few more meals. The heavenly mind god attacked Earth just then, and I killed it. Do you think you should give me an extra meal? The rabbit maiden harumphed as she panted slightly. Holy F asterisk CK! And Lin almost dropped the voice transmission talisman upon hearing this. He was extremely excited. Are you serious? I'm the most honest rabbit maiden. Why would I lie to you? Just tell me, are you going to give me an extra meal? The rabbit maiden harumphed. That's bad asterisk SS. My little rabbit is the best. Ha ha ha. And Lin danced with glee. I'll give you an extra meal. I want 2 extra meals. The rabbit maiden insisted, and Lin refused with a righteous expression. No, I'm going to give you 3 more meals. Chapter 1873. Within the white nectar sea, at the pinnacle of the divine tree, a woman with long, green hair looked at the cup of tea in her hand. It's cold. Yes, it's cold, the heavenly heaven god replied. The woman shook her head. No, I mean the heavenly mind god has died. The heavenly heaven god. This is way too sudden. What happened? The heavenly heaven god asked. The heavenly life goddess expression was very dark. I don't know. There's no way that a powerful being capable of killing heavenly gods could appear on Earth. Even if there were a dozen or so Tao integration stage, super mighty figures lying in ambush, the heavenly mind god would still be able to escape. What happened? She was feeling a headache coming on. She had already lost 2 powerful beings in just a few days. One of them was given to Enlin as a present, while the other had mysteriously died on Earth. Anyone would be quite frustrated by this. The heavenly heaven god heaved a forlorn sigh. I can't divine anything. It's as if the being stationed on Earth isn't even on the Tai Chu continent. Is that possible? The heavenly life goddess asked. Yes, the heavenly heaven god replied. However, that being the case, the being is at least a god of creation stage, powerful being. He, a top-tier powerful being, coming to a small world to act as a guardian? Is she trying to oppose the heavens? Has she gone insane? The heavenly life goddess chuckled. Regardless of whether she's gone insane or not, that being has already been placed on my list of divine retribution. She will die once her identity is verified, the heavenly heaven god said in a cold voice. On Earth, the rabbit maiden had successfully made a deal with Enlin and received 3 extra frying pan meals, and she was dancing with joy like a little child. Yay! 3 frying pan meals, plus the quota of 2 meals per week. I can eat 5 meals this week. Damn, 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 damn. Her pink eyes shone with a scorching light. If only a few more heavenly gods would come. Then I would be able to eat more. Xiao Fu and Xiao Peng couldn't help but feel like cursing at the sight of the rabbit maiden. Pacifist? Useless noob rabbit? Tui. She was playing dumb. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted from the spatial gate between the 2 worlds. Oh my god! The rabbit maiden screeched. Just as I say, I do want the enemy to send more heavenly gods over, but not that often, right? She had just gone through a huge battle and had consumed a lot of her energy. If a few more heavenly gods appeared at the same time to kill her, she might not be able to protect Earth. Fluffy white fur grew on the rabbit maiden's fair and slender hands again, and she extended sharp claws. Crimson soul power revolved around her hands as she entered battle mode. The rabbit maiden's ears perked up, and she raised her sharp red claws as she prepared for battle. But she couldn't help but mutter, "Don't make too many enemies. 1 or 2 will be enough. Any more, and you'll be bullying little animals," Space rippled. However, 2 pleasant voices came from inside. The density of life energy on Earth has greatly increased. The enemy is very strong. The damage index of the world is very small. Not only that, but the destruction rate is also extremely low. It looks like Heavenly Monarch Xiling has successfully kept the heavenly gods at bay. Let's speed up and help Heavenly King Xiling. Space rippled violently. 2 extremely beautiful snake maidens, one in black and one in white, leaped out from the gate. All those who invade our Earth must die. Charge! Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake charged forward with ferocious killing intent. However, they were astonished to discover that their surroundings had fallen completely silent. There was a rabbit maiden standing before them, looking at them with a speechless expression. Heavenly Monarch Xiling, where did the enemy go? Black Spirit Snake faltered slightly before asking in a solemn voice. The rabbit maiden pointed at her own stomach. White Spirit Snake's expression instantly turned pale with fright. It went into your stomach. My God, is it trying to attack you from within? We have to get it out as soon as possible. No, it was eaten by me, the rabbit maiden replied. Everyone instantly fell silent. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake's mouths gaped open as they stared blankly at the rabbit maiden. You ate it? White Spirit Snake stared at the rabbit maiden's smooth and flat stomach. That was a heavenly god. How did you manage to kill it so quickly? Black Spirit Snake stared at the adorable rabbit in front of her with incredulity. Wasn't this supposed to be the weakest god of creation? Was this a lie? Even rabbits knew how to lie. It had only been a few minutes since they received news of the heavenly god's arrival. The rabbit maiden waved a hand. No, it would be too late if I waited for you. Not only did I kill the heavenly mind god, but I also struck a fantastic deal with Enlin. White Spirit Snake blinked. A fantastic deal? What kind of deal? Black Spirit Snake was a little curious. Humph, I'm not telling you. The rabbit maiden shook her head proudly. It's a fantastic deal anyway. White Spirit Snake and Black Spirit Snake couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild at the sight of the rabbit maiden's intoxicated expression, that accursed Enlin. Why was he so charismatic? Even heavenly monarch Shi Ling was bewitched by him. Ahem. Thank you for your help. Heavenly monarch Shi Ling. Black Spirit Snake repressed the astonishment in her heart and expressed her gratitude in a polite manner. There's no need to thank me. The rabbit maiden waved a hand. Leave the rest to us. A vibrant smile appeared on White Spirit Snake's face. Rest well, big sister rabbit. A pleased smile appeared on the rabbit maiden's face. You're a good girl, little bye. Of course. I'm a professional when it comes to cleaning up the rest. White Spirit Snake puffed out her chest confidently. The rabbit maiden paused momentarily. Does cleaning up the rest include wiping away the hatred of the paramount heavenly gods toward me? For example, you too can admit that you killed the heavenly gods, not me. Black Spirit Snake, White Spirit Snake. That's called taking the blame, not cleaning up the rest. Black Spirit Snake's flesh crawled upon hearing this. What was wrong with this rabbit? She had already done the deed, but she was asking them to take the blame? All right, we'll do this cleaning up the rest. White Spirit Snake agreed without any hesitation. Black Spirit Snake. Silly sister, you're selling your sister out without any hesitation. A mischievous smile appeared on the rabbit maiden's face. Thank you, big sisters. At the 4-9 Immortal Sect. And Lin packed a bunch of ingredients and prepared to go to Earth to cook for the rabbit maiden. He was going to cook for 5 days in a row, so he could treat it as a trip back to Earth. And Lin, I heard you're going to Earth? Bai Ling made her way over to him with a surprised expression. Yeah, do you want to come with me? Big sister Bai, you haven't been to Earth yet, right? And Lin asked with a smile. I want to, but Her Majesty Nua won't welcome me. A cold smile appeared on Bai Ling's face as she pulled out a ball from her pocket. Take this with you. Even though Earth is a small world, it has everything. I want to collect data on the entire world. All right, leave it to me. And Lin accepted the ball with a smile. Goodbye, big sister Bai. A warm smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. Have a safe trip. Chapter 1874. And Lin traveled to Earth with the ball that Bai Ling had given him. He passed through the spatial gate between the two worlds and was greeted by the sight of the adorable rabbit maiden. The rabbit maiden excitedly told Enlin about how hard she had fought and how she had shed tears and blood to protect Earth. Xiao, Fu, and Little Fatty listened on without daring to say anything. What about the heavenly mind god crushing the rabbit maiden, tearing off her flesh and eating it, causing the rabbit maiden to have a mental breakdown and her consciousness to shatter? Are you sure you're not telling the exact opposite story? In the end, the rabbit maiden fought with all her might to protect the entire human race. and only then was she able to turn the tables and narrowly defeat the heavenly mind god. And Lin looked at the rabbit maiden, who appeared to be in high spirits and had flawless skin. She didn't look like she had been fighting for her life at all. He immediately realized that this B*TCH was just trying to scam another meal out of him. Hell, woman, you told me I'd only need 2 meals. I'm giving you 3 meals, but you're asking for 4? And Lin smiled and didn't say anything. No matter how much the rabbit maiden grumbled, he refused to add more food. Clang, 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 and Lin cooked for the rabbit maiden in space. In order to cook in a zero-gravity environment, the frying pan had to be imbued with gravity to make cooking more convenient. And Lin used his abyssal gravity to quickly cook. The rabbit maiden drooled at the sight of the food in the frying pan. Not only her, but even Xiao Fu and Xiao Pang, who could feed themselves by devouring the power of stars, were also very envious and wanted to have a taste. But who was the rabbit maiden? How could he possibly share the soup with Xiao Fu and Little Fatty? Even the soup from the frying pan was licked clean by him instead of being licked by Xiao Fu and Little Fatty. After taking care of the rabbit maiden, and Lin returned to Earth to visit his old friends. The little ball that Bai Ling had given him flew into the sky and merged into heaven and earth. Master and Lin, remember to summon me when you're about to go back, and I'll reveal myself to go back with you. A mechanical voice sounded from heaven and earth, and Lin nodded with a smile. Do your best. Bai Ling had once told him that she was going to mend the heavens to make up for the mistakes the Purple Star civilization had made. And Lin didn't know how her progress was. He didn't ask, but now that he thought about it, he felt that it was time to ask about her progress. Once the heavenly sea god descended, the situation would definitely change drastically. When that time came, time would be the most important factor. He didn't know if Bai Ling had enough time to prepare. After Lin returned, he did not inform his family and friends immediately. He wanted to see what the earth would be like without him. On the Hua Tai Resistance Heavenly Human Tribe Summit Forum, the whole world was watching this meeting, and Ming Chuan wore a suit of formal attire and stood on the platform, giving a speech on the unique characteristics of the Heavenly Human Tribe in front of all of the generals and powerful cultivators present. He was the respected representative of the cultivators on Earth and the object of worship and envy for many cultivators on Earth. At this moment, he was dazzling and influential on the international stage. His every move could cause a huge stir in the world. Dad is so handsome, and he's so confident. Even though he is one of the few beings who knows just how terrifying the human enemy is, he is still charging forward like a fearless warrior, constantly boosting the morale of the people on Earth. And Lin stood right beside Ming Chuan, but no one could see him. The higher-ups on Earth only knew that the Heavenly Human Tribe was at the Heaven Pioneer stage. As for the divine Heaven stage, Heavenly Humans, the paramount Heavenly Gods, those were existences that were completely unfathomable to them. Knowing about them would do them no good. If they knew that there were even more powerful beings out there that could destroy the entire Earth in the blink of an eye, would they still be able to muster up the courage to fight? If they didn't know about the Heavenly Human Tribe, they would at least be able to hold on to some hope and motivation. If they knew everything, then their morale would definitely plummet to the freezing point. And Lin recalled back to when Ming Chuan had asked him just how powerful the Heavenly Human Tribe was, and he had told his father the full story. His father's expression of shock and horror had been etched on his face when Ming Chuan had asked him just how powerful the Heavenly Human Tribe was. However, Ming Chuan soon calmed down again, and Lin asked him why he wasn't scared anymore, to which his reply was, "What's there to be scared of? Even if the sky falls down, the taller ones will be there to hold it up. There's only one thing we can do now, and that's to try and survive." And Ming Chuan turned to Lin with a serious expression. "Son, you have to try and survive as well. Don't push yourself too hard. There are so many gods on the Tai Chu continent, so don't always be at the forefront. Even if the sky falls down, you have to hide. Don't get smashed by it." These words were still echoing in his ears. A father's concern for his son was always so simple, and Lin sighed with emotion. Dad, you might not believe this, but the sky has fallen. I've already become one of the tallest people in the world. He looked at the high-spirited and Mingchuan on the stage, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he made the connection between Mingchuan and his father. And Lin's body gradually disappeared on the spot. And Mingchuan was still in the middle of his eloquent speech when he suddenly faltered. He looked around with a confused expression, feeling as if something was very familiar. It came, then it left. All of the cultivators and high-ranking military officials below the stage were perplexed. They were just about to reach the climax. Why did he suddenly stop? Could it be that Senior and Mingchuan was stuck at the climax of his speech? And Lin turned to look at his old friends. The legal lowly, Tian Lingling, was wearing a dress that revealed her snowy white arms and slender calves. She looked very refreshing, but she was currently meditating on the summit of a snowy mountain in the Himalayas. Whoosh! She flipped her hand over and tossed a dart, which tore through the air before stabbing into a mountain, upon which it fell silent. Tian Lingling heaved a sigh of relief. Boom! The mountain suddenly exploded. The sturdy mountain rocks exploded into countless fragments that flew through the air. An entire mountain had been obliterated by Tian Lingling's dart. She hadn't thrown a dart, she had thrown a bomb. Is this little girl studying a spell technique? How diligent. But what a weird spell technique. No wonder she chose such a secluded place. And Lin couldn't help but grumble. And Lin was quite relieved to see this young woman diligently cultivating. He silently buried a set of low-rank immortal tools related to darts within a mountain. Tian Lingling continued to practice her darts, and she tossed them out in a calm and collected manner. The darts pierced into the mountain before exploding. Boom! A resounding boom erupted. All of a sudden, a dazzling immortal light erupted in all directions. Tian Lingling's brain finally shut down upon seeing this. Her large, almond-shaped eyes widened as she stared intently at the scenes unfolding before her eyes. Holy F asterisk CK. I've finally had a miraculous encounter. Ah! Tian Lingling screeched like a groundhog as her eyes glowed with a green light as she pounced toward the darts. Immortal rank treasures. The legendary immortal rank treasures. My God! Thank you, Papa. Thank you for everything. Tian Lingling hugged the immortal rank darts with tears streaming down her face as she expressed her gratitude. And Lin stood beside the lowly, who was about to faint from excitement, and he felt a sense of comfort as he listened to her thank her Papa. A benevolent, fatherly smile appeared on his face as he slowly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 1875. And Lin arrived at Dongfang Shui's concert. She had been singing a lot of inspirational songs recently, and she had become a vibrant young woman. And Lin wasn't quite used to this at first. Why had she become a vibrant young woman? However, after listening to the concert, he was surprised to find that Dongfang Shui's singing style was quite endearing. Her voice was extremely sweet, and it was filled with hope and determination, giving listeners the motivation to improve themselves. Even if it was her, she was also doing her best to try her best. Flowers of hope blossomed in the midst of despair were always so beautiful. After listening to the concert, Lin went to see the Savior research a technological magic tool. The Savior was one of the founding members of the Federation who advocated for combining the power of cultivators with the power of technology in order to create a new cultivation system. The powerful physical constitution and consciousness of cultivators allowed them to easily control all types of difficult equipment, and the combination of vital energy and particle energy could produce a higher level of power. Hence, a good technological magic tool could drastically enhance a cultivator's combat prowess. All cultivators below the spirit nurturing stage had donned special technological cultivation armor that enhanced their attack, defense, and regenerative abilities. There were even some spirit-nurturing stage cultivators who could fly through the air with a high-energy particle sword in their left hand and a vital energy sword in their right. For some reason, and Lin suddenly thought of the divine mirror world as he looked at the flourishing technological cultivation civilization. As far as he knew, the technological cultivation civilization in the divine mirror world had become even more prosperous. High-level artificial intelligence had already developed to the point where it had developed into a high-dimensional particle energy civilization. It had mastered the power of space and could equip return to void stage mighty figures with technological equipment. Little Na has been in seclusion for so long. I wonder what has happened in the divine mirror world. And Lin was a little concerned about the adorable and clingy little fairy. But she said it's a good thing, so it should be fine, and Lin secretly visited his family and friends on Earth. He met almost everyone he knew, but he didn't reveal his face. For some reason, he was enjoying this kind of reunion. He even went to see Ing Luoqing. This prodigy of the witch tribe still had a hideous room. However, it wasn't that she was unable to extricate herself from Enlin. Instead, she used her sorrow and disappointment as motivation to cultivate diligently in an attempt to break through the soul formation pinnacle stage and enter the return to void stage. And Lin admired this kind of spirit of diligently cultivating. After silently destroying his inflatable real person doll, he left gracefully, hiding his achievements and fame. He didn't know that the attack that followed would actually make a girl who looked cold on the outside but had a fiery heart gurgling in the middle of the night like a river flowing eastward in spring. 5 days passed quickly, and Lin quickly fulfilled his promise and cooked 5 meals for the rabbit maiden in a row. The rabbit maiden looked as if she were on the brink of death, and Lin looked at the contented rabbit before looking at the blue planet in the distance. He then bade farewell before returning to the 4-9 Immortal sect to continue his life of idleness. The rabbit maiden had successfully passed the trial of the heavenly gods, so Enlin was very reassured that she would be guarding Earth. So he had to go to a place that needed him more and then be a salted fish for 9 Immortal sect. And Lin flew back atop his brick. A sense of warmth welled up in his heart at the sight of the familiar pavilions and buildings and the familiar people. Before he knew it, the 4-9 Immortal sect had become his second home. Every time he returned to the 4-9 Immortal sect, he felt like he was returning home. Welcome back, sect leader Enlin. Sect leader Enlin's radiance is as vast as the mountains and seas, as eternal as the sun and moon. All of the adorable disciples lined up outside the gate as usual, and they continued to chant different catchphrases each time. All of them stared at Enlin with scorching light in their eyes, as if to say, "Boss, boss, what did you do this time? How many heavenly gods did you kill?" And Lin was a little exasperated at the sight of the scorching light in his eyes. "Don't look at me like that. I didn't reap any rewards this time." All of the disciples heaved sighs of relief upon hearing this. Thankfully, sect leader Enlin was still a human, and he wasn't a god who went out to kill heavenly gods. And Lin didn't kill any heavenly gods after leaving the 4-9 Immortal sect. Instead, he closed the gap between him and the disciples, as if he had finally become a little more humanized. Sect leaders' imperfections make him even more perfect in my heart. Sun Xiaodia's eyes glowed as she spoke with a blush on her face. No one is perfect. He's powerful, self-reliant, and transcendent, but he's not omnipotent. This is our beloved sect leader, and he will always be number 1 in my heart. Ning Rik spoke with a serious expression. At this moment, Bai Ling made her way over to Enlin with a faint smile on her face. The sect leader didn't reap any rewards, but his bodyguard, Little Rabbit, killed a heavenly god. The sect leader is going to reward his subordinate. All of you should be like his bodyguards and work hard to resist the heavenly human tribe. Sect leaders' rewards await all of you, all of the disciples. Ning Rik, hee, Sun Xiaodai clasped a hand over her chest. She wanted to praise him, but she also wanted to cry at the same time. She had thought that their sect leader would finally stop flexing, but who would have thought that his bodyguard would do it for him? If even a subordinate could kill a heavenly god, what reason did they have to continue being useless? Following a sect leader like this really was a lot of pressure. All of the disciples returned to the sect and began their journey of cultivation. Su Xiaolan took back Enlin's cauldron and continued to cook for Enlin. Black Spirit Snake and White Spirit Snake announced in the name of the Heaven-Mending sect that they had slain the heavenly mind god on earth, creating a massive stir across the entire Tai Chu continent. Lan Xiaoni also joined in on the fun and announced that they had slain the heavenly poison god and the heavenly weather god in the West Sea, creating yet another massive stir across the entire Tai Chu continent. The three beauties appeared on all of the major newspapers and magazines. The true culprits were the Rabbit Maiden and Enlin. They had been hiding behind the scenes and were completely unmoved by the events unfolding in the world. Yi Ling returned to the sect to cultivate, announcing that she couldn't hold back any longer and wanted to make a breakthrough. Enlin stood guard for his disciple with tears streaming down his face. He didn't know what it felt like to make a breakthrough when one couldn't hold back any longer, and he didn't want to know. Immediately afterward, Yiling's breakthrough was as simple as eating and drinking again, and she also attained a divine Tao related to darkness. This was very much in line with his disciple's assassin style, and Lin sparred with Yiling in order to quickly familiarize himself with his current cultivation base. He was then elated to discover that his disciple's normal power was already comparable to that of a Heaven Pioneer Stage Great General. If she unleashed her full power, she would be able to crush even a Heaven Pioneer Stage powerful being. Yi Ling was already one of the most powerful beings in the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Time flew by, and another dozen or so days passed by in the blink of an eye. The sun in Enlin's sea of vital energy suddenly extinguished. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, on successfully engulfing a sun. You have now progressed to the return to void final stage. Chapter 1876. And Lin could see that the sun in his sea of vital energy was beginning to disappear. No, to put it more accurately, it had moved from his sea of vital energy to his heart, where it was then completely engulfed by a certain power. Extreme light creates darkness, and Lin's body broke through its shackles, and his aura began to soar explosively. An extremely profound power began to surge from his heart. This was darkness to the extreme. It was nothingness to the extreme. And Lin suddenly attained countless insights into the Tao of darkness. He went from shallow to profound, then from Tao to the extreme, where he discovered the essence. He really wanted to deny this, but it was undoubtedly the case that he was related to darkness. In fact, no one in this world could compare to his understanding of darkness. And Lin had progressed to the return to void pinnacle stage, and the power of the divine Tao he had attained was the divine Tao of darkness. Golden void lightning began to fall relentlessly, forging his body and consciousness. This tribulation, transcendence, shocked all of the 4-9 Immortal Sect disciples and elders. All of them looked up at the boundless lightning crashing down from the sky. Just the unintentional might emanating from the lightning struck fear into their hearts. Who's transcending their tribulation? How could there be such terrifying lightning might? If I were to face even one bolt of this lightning, I would definitely be reduced to ashes. Sun Yulua and Shen Yuancheng looked on with amazement. At this moment, Dabai was already beginning to get excited, and he stuck out his tongue with a scorching light in his eyes. It's Big Brother and is transcending his tribulation. Woof! Shui Zhantian flapped his little wings with an extremely proud expression. Master has taken another extremely important step. He has transcended heaven and earth, transcended the heavens, and transcended the heavens. Everyone was ecstatic upon learning that it was Enlin transcending his tribulation, and all of them gathered around him. Su Xiaolan stood guard around Enlin, and all of the cultivators within a radius of over a kilometer were evacuated. If a normal mighty figure were transcending their tribulation, they would have to evacuate everyone within a radius of tens of thousands of meters for safety reasons. However, Enlil didn't have to worry about that at all. This was because Enlil was transcending his tribulation of golden void lightning. The golden void lightning would strike wherever he wanted it to strike. Even the lightning during the tribulation was the same. As such, the disciples and elders of the sect didn't have to worry about the golden void lightning missing its target. Bolts of golden void lightning roared as they crashed into Enlil's body, becoming nutrients for his breakthrough. The dark clouds in the sky were torn apart, and tens of thousands of bolts of golden void lightning converged to form an extremely powerful lightning mutant beast. It had 9 sinister dragon heads, and below its necks was a formation that had been formed by the fusion of yin and yang. This formation was imbued with the truths of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the aura it exuded was far more powerful than that of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. Rumble. The pressure descended as if it wanted to crush the entire sky. The strangeness and power of this thing had far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Goldie was dumbfounded. A pair of dazed and shocked eyes seemed to be saying, "What the F***CK is this?" While everyone was still in shock, a golden lightning divine halo appeared above Enlin's head. "Don't use any fancy stuff. Get out of my way." He slapped a palm toward the lightning mutant beast in the sky. The lightning mutant beast wailed in anguish, and its body crumbled into countless bolts of golden void lightning before obediently striking Enlin's body one after another. How domineering! How domineering! Shui Zhantian's body trembled with excitement. Our children should be like God in. Dabai turned to Shui Zhantian. Are you not afraid that Big Brother and will turn around and eat you? Woof! Boom, 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 boom. Bolts of golden void lightning fell one after another. Tribulation lightning of 49 by 79 and 81 by 99 did not apply to Enlil at all. Everyone had already lost count of how many bolts of tribulation lightning Enlil had been struck by. In any case, he was being struck to his heart's content. The tribulation clouds in the sky tried to dissipate on several occasions, but Enlil forced them to stay as he yelled, "Don't go!" The golden void lightning is like a sponge. As long as you squeeze it as hard as you can, there will always be more. He then continued to squeeze more golden void lightning into himself. The tribulation cloud sobbed in the sky, but it was unable to extract any more golden void divine lightning. It looked as if its body had been completely hollowed out, and Enlil finally released it. The tribulation clouds dissipated. Enlil had successfully become a return to void final stage mighty figure. Raucous cheers erupted throughout the sect, creating a sea of celebration. The sect leader's combat prowess had already defied the natural order, and now that he had made another breakthrough, no one knew just how powerful he had become. All of the sect disciples would believe it even if someone told them that Enlil could destroy the heavens. Enlil could sense the boundless power surging through his body, as well as the enhancements in all aspects of his body. In particular, he could sense that even though his heart was still beating, it had already become a deep and reserved darkness. This peculiar feeling told him that he had already attained an invincible body. Just how powerful am I? Perhaps a god of creation will be able to give me an answer. Enlil looked up into the blue sky, and the darkness in his eyes became extremely pure. Congratulations on your breakthrough, Enlil. Su Xiaolan quickly made her way toward him with a vibrant smile on her face. Do you feel invincible again now? Enlil's expression faltered slightly. My God, you even know about this? A vibrant smile appeared on the woman's face as she looked at Enlil. You're way too easy to read. Big Brotherin, congratulations on your breakthrough. Woof! Dabai ran over to him. Master, you've achieved mastery? When are we going to go crush the heavens? Shui Zhantian flapped his little wings with excitement. classmate and Lin, holy leader. One friend after another came to offer their congratulations. Master, Master, what's your divine Tao? Little Gu asked curiously. That's right, what's your divine Tao? Show us. Xiao Hong swayed her body from side to side as she spoke in a sweet voice. And Lin shook his head with a smile. I can't show my divine Tao in case of calamity beyond my control. Everyone's heart jolted upon hearing this. Did this mean he was so bad assessed that he couldn't control it himself? The battling Buddha had just emerged from Bai Ling's nursing home with his golden banded staff in his hand, and his eyes were bright golden as he sighed with emotion. Mr. and Lin's cultivation base has improved, and I'm even less of a match for him now. But for some reason, I still want to fight him. Every time he thought back to Lin's earth-shattering punch, his body would tremble, and his blood churned as a ball of flames burned in his heart. And Lin didn't know what Goku was feeling. After his breakthrough, he immediately swallowed an immortal pill before going into seclusion to stabilize his cultivation base. Just as he was cultivating in seclusion, he discovered something strange in his sea of vital energy. Ever since the sun disappeared, the 3 strange eggs in his sea of vital energy had begun to crack open. The auras of 3 holy beasts surged forth from the eggs. These auras were very pure, very powerful and ethereal. There was even a sense of immortality and uniqueness to them, and Lin's heart jolted. Could it be that the eggs in his sea of vital energy were about to hatch? What kind of little thing was going to appear? Chapter 1877. And Lin was always very friendly toward little things in his sea of vital energy. This was an instinctive reaction. After all, they were nurtured in his sea of vital energy. There was always a sense of motherly love to him. No, it was more like a father's kindness. That's right, and Lin felt like he was the father of the little whale and Kirin and the little vermilion bird. Could it be that 3 more cubs are about to be born? And Lin's heart was filled with excitement. His benevolent gaze pierced through his dantian to observe everything that was happening within his sea of vital energy. There were 3 eggs of different colors, and the cracks were widening. These eggs had been formed by Lin's engulfment spell technique, which allowed him to absorb the essential divine intent of the holy beasts, as well as a large amount of soul power. Hence, the eggs that would hatch would most likely be related to the holy beasts as well. The holy flame vermilion bird also seemed to have realized something, and it circled around in the air above his sea of vital energy while letting loose a clear cry of excitement. Bursts of white flames exploded in the air, illuminating his sea of vital energy. And Kirin's eyes widened like a curious baby, looking forward to the birth of new life. Kacha! A crisp cracking sound erupted from within his sea of vital energy. Immediately afterward, a green eggshell cracked open. A little beast with a dragon's head, a turtle's body, and a snake's tail slowly crawled out from the eggshell. Its head was green, and its turtle shell was a very ordinary brown color. But there were all types of extremely profound formations carved onto its shell. A vast and holy aura emanated from its body as soon as it appeared. He hadn't even introduced himself, but Lin was instantly enlightened by this revelation. This was one of the 4 holy beasts, Xian Wu, and Lin's heart was still in shock when another crisp crack erupted. The pristine white eggshell cracked open. Roar! A tiger's roar sent massive waves surging through a sea of vital energy. A ferocious-looking little tiger with 4 short legs and a pair of small wings on its back broke out of the egg and roared at everything around it. It roared at Kirin, at the little whale, at the holy flame vermilion bird, and at the little Xianwu with an extremely domineering and aggressive expression. It was as if it was trying to convey one message: "Come and kill me!" This was one of the 4 holy beasts, the white tiger. The black egg with intricate patterns on it finally cracked open. A little black dragon, like a loach, broke out of the egg. The little black dragon had 9 claws, and its body was slender and graceful. Its scales were fine and glossy, and its eyes were pure gold, containing the most fundamental dragon might. As soon as it appeared, it soared into the sky and looked down at everything from high above. One of the 4 sacred beasts, the azure dragon, had appeared, and Lin suddenly realized that the 4 sacred beasts had somehow been gathered in his chi-si. This was really, the vermilion bird cried, the black tortoise dove into the sea, the white tiger roared, and the azure dragon spiraled. Wisps of holy, ethereal, and immortal aura surged in his sea of energy, and Kirin and the salted heavenly void whale were both completely rooted to the spot by the scenes unfolding before their eyes, and their auras were completely suppressed by them. One holy flame vermilion bird was already so bad *SS. Now that there were 3 more of them, how was he supposed to deal with them? And Kirin and the heavenly void whale chose to wait and see. And Lin was getting a little excited. If he could use the power of the 3 holy beasts, wouldn't he become even more powerful? He immediately tried to contact the other 3 holy beasts, only to find that he couldn't contact them at all, as if they didn't belong to him. After that, Lin discovered something very special when he was in contact with them. The little black dragon gave him a sense of familiarity, an indescribable sense of familiarity. Furthermore, the little black dragon wasn't as clueless as the white tiger and Xianwu. Instead, it was surveying its surroundings in a very human-like manner. It then seemed to have sensed something, and it raised its head to meet Lin's gaze, upon which a faint smile appeared on its face. And Lin's heart jolted upon seeing this. He finally confirmed what the little black dragon that had just hatched out of the egg was. The little black dragon was the azure dragon that had hidden itself in his mind. This was the real holy beast azure dragon. Did the azure dragon use some kind of method to hide in the egg and hatch again? When the azure dragon had used its power to ravage the ghost tribe mighty figure and swallow the true dragon divine tool, it had all been unleashed at the expense of Lin's energy. It was dependent on him and wasn't an independent entity. But now, the azure dragon had hatched from the egg of the origin consciousness. It seemed like the azure dragon had truly become a brand new life, an independent individual, and Lin was a little flustered. There was a real thing in his sea of vital energy. It was also at this moment that the little black dragon in his sea of vital energy suddenly uttered a strange syllable. The little black dragon equals is identical to Sigma Omega, oh caret. The other 3 holy beasts all gave their responses upon hearing this. Chirp, roar, sizzle, and Lin was completely perplexed. Right at this moment, a burst of power transcended beyond his sea of vital energy and struck the ring on his finger. Boom! A black light suddenly erupted from the ring. This is the azure dragon ring I obtained from the vermilion bird trial grounds. And Lin's expression shifted drastically. Meanwhile, in the eastern region of the Kingdom of the 9 States, within the base camp of the Snow Maidens, Shangguan Yi was meditating on a bed of ice, and she made a peculiar hand seal with her slender fingers. Boundless frosty energy revolved around her body, like dragons, tempering her body. At this moment, a brilliant blue light suddenly erupted from a blue ring on her index finger. What's going on? Shangguan Yi was perplexed. However, before she had a chance to react, her body was engulfed by the blue light, and she was propelled into the clouds by the ring. The Snow Maiden's base camp instantly erupted into chaos. My God, look, what's that blue light? Crap. High Priestess Shangguan Yi has flown into the sky. Ice Matriarch. Quick, go save Mistress Ice Matriarch. On the eastern front of the Kingdom of the 9 States, Mo Hai was half naked, and there were a dozen or so crimson-robed core disciples around him, all of whom were unleashing fire-type spell techniques in a frenzy to bombard his body. Mo Hai remained completely unfazed as he braced his muscular chest and withstood the onslaught of flames. Ha ha ha! Put more power into it. Did you not eat? These puny flames aren't even enough to light a cigarette for me. Mo Hai roared with laughter as flames exploded relentlessly on his body, turning his skin bright red from the heat. All of the disciples blushed with shame upon hearing this, and they bombarded Mo Hai with spell techniques with even greater force. He was just standing there and allowing them to attack him, but they couldn't even make him feel anything. This was far too humiliating. In a fit of rage, a cold-blooded disciple used a powerful skill, blasting out a large-scale flame explosion. Boom! Mo Hai suddenly let loose a sharp cry before disappearing into the sky as a crimson streak of light. Everyone suddenly fell silent. All of the disciples silently turned to look at the disciple. The disciple's face paled as he shook his head relentlessly. No, I didn't do it. At the 4-9 Immortal Sect, within the palace wherein Lin was in seclusion, a massive four-colored formation suddenly appeared beneath his feet and began to revolve relentlessly. The 4 holy beasts stirred restlessly within his sea of vital energy. He didn't even have a chance to react before a series of screams erupted in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The ceiling of the palace was shattered by a streak of light. 3 people fell from the sky. They were Yang Yuan, Mo Hai, and Shangguan Yi. All of them had one thing in common, and that was that they were all cultivators who possessed the rings of the 4 holy beasts. Shangguan Yi fell from the sky and was unlucky enough to crash into Enlin again, inflicting a second wound upon him. Her delicate body was once again taken advantage of by Enlin, and Lin's mouth gaped open in astonishment. Collecting the 4 holy beasts could allow one to summon these ring companions? Chapter 1878. And Lin, what happened? Where am I? Shangguan Yi took a couple of steps back, and a faint blush appeared on her face as she surveyed her surroundings. And Lin replied with a solemn expression, "This is the 4-9 Immortal Sect." My God, you summoned us to the 4-9 Immortal Sect? Mo Hai was given a fright. He was in the middle of a baptism of flames. So why did he suddenly appear here? Could it be that you need our help with something urgent? Yang Yuan looked at Enlin with a calm expression. Enlin pointed to the 4-colored formation beneath his feet with a resigned expression. Actually, it wasn't me who summoned you here. It was most likely the 4 little things in my sea of vital energy. Isn't the sea of vital energy all liquid? What the hell are these little things? Mo Hai was astonished. Well, it's a long story. And Lin replied, Aren't the little things in your sea of vital energy yours? Can they move on their own? Is yours a sea of vital energy or a small world? Shangguan Yi was also astonished. She felt like Lin's sea of vital energy was a fake, and Lin's lips twitched. Well, it's an even longer story. Then make it short, Yang Yuan urged in a panicked voice, and Lin nodded. For little holy beasts hatched in my sea of vital energy, and they conspired to summon you here. Gasp! Everyone drew a sharp intake of breath. Can you be more specific? Mo Hai asked with difficulty. Holy beasts were far too far away from them. They were the only beings that transcended beyond this world and stood at the pinnacle of the beast tribe. Even the Vermilion Bird sect, one of the 4 great sects of the Kingdom of the 9 States, was only able to develop after being blessed by the holy beast, the Vermilion Bird. And Lin was just about to say something when someone suddenly barged in. And Lin, are you all right? An extremely beautiful woman in a jade dress rushed in with a panicked expression. I'm fine. Why are you here, Xiaolan? And Lin asked, I faintly felt a summoning, so I came to check out the situation, Su Xiaolan explained. She walked in quickly and took a closer look. When she saw Mo Hai and the others, she was stunned again. Then she covered her mouth and exclaimed, Heavens, the things that fell from the sky are you guys? Why are you here? You'll have to ask Enlin about that. Yang Yuan smiled. We were summoned here by the 4 little things in Enlin's sea of vital energy, Shangguan Yi replied. Su Xiaolan blinked. For little things. And Lin explained, little vermilion bird, little black tortoise, little white tiger, and little azure dragon. Su Xiaolan's eyes widened. Has your sea of energy become a zoo? And Lin. The four holy beasts within and Lin's body suddenly roared in unison as they unleashed their powers at the same time. The four powers intertwined and triggered some kind of special power. That power pierced through the sea of vital energy and merged into the four-colored formation beneath and Lin's feet, upon which an even more powerful and ethereal aura suddenly erupted from the formation. Shangguan Yi and the others stumbled back in fear. They didn't know where this formation had come from, and they didn't want to be teleported somewhere else for no reason. It would be a tragedy if they were to encounter danger, and Lin was not flustered as he calmly looked on at everything unfolding before his eyes. He was invincible now, and he didn't know who could make him cower. The formation contracted, and the light converged to form an antiquated stone gate. Beyond the stone gate was a boundless starry sky that struck one with a sense of loneliness. Is this a passageway to a mystic realm? Yang Yuan exclaimed. It's not as simple as opening a passageway to a mystic realm. A white light flashed through in Lin's eyes as he spoke with a grave expression. This gate can connect to the outside world. The outside world? You mean the world of another god of creation? Emohai asked, and Lin shook his head. No, I mean, the world created by the gods of creation is like a small box within a big box. However, this gate connects to a world outside of the Tai Chu continent, which is to say, the world outside of the big box. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. In their eyes, the Tai Chu continent was the core world, and all of the other worlds within the Tai Chu continent were subsidiary spaces of the Tai Chu continent. As for what the outside world of the Tai Chu continent was like, they had no information on that. Hasn't this world been sealed off by Pengu? Even if it's a loophole in the spirit realm, only a god of creation would be able to force it open, right? Su Xiaolan knew a little more, but she still found it difficult to understand. All of the holy beasts are god of creation stage beings, so it's not impossible for all four of them to create a gate that connects to the outside world. And Lin wasn't all that surprised. However, the rest of the people silently retreated a certain distance. The unknown often meant danger. This stone gate was created by the four little things in your sea of vital energy. Su Xiaolan asked, and Lin nodded. Mo Hai was a little nervous. What do they want? They want us to go in, and Lin stroked his chin. Everyone silently retreated a little more upon hearing this. They had already exited the palace, wherein Lin was cultivating in seclusion. And Lin, Su Xiaolan remained in place beside Lin, and she clasped a hand over her heart. I can't help but feel like there's something in this gate that's summoning me. Is it the vermilion bird bloodline? And Lin fell into deep thought. Su Xiaolan had only just run over because of this inexplicable summoning power. So be it. This gate was created by the four little things in my body, so I'll go in with you. And Lin said to Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was a little concerned, but at this moment a warm, powerful hand had already wrapped itself around her soft, fair hand. There are no buts. The opportunity is fleeting, and we don't have time to be cautious. And Lin spoke with a firm expression. Don't be afraid if we encounter any danger. Don't forget I'm invincible now. Su Xiaolan looked at Lin and nodded with a smile at his smug and confident expression. All right, let's go in and have a look. After that, the two of them held hands and walked into the stone door without looking back. Shangguan Yi Mo Hai and Yang Yuan all sighed with emotion as they watched the two of them disappear into the starry sky. They sure are brave. They're still able to forge ahead in the face of such a terrifying unknown. Mo Hai sighed. He was different. He had borrowed this ring from Xiaolon. Strictly speaking, he was just an innocent bystander, so he would not go. And Lin and Su Xiaolan are very powerful, so they have the confidence to do so. We're not powerful enough, so we should be more cautious, Yang Yuan said in a calm voice. Shangguan Yi's eyes shimmered with emotion. It's actually love that has made them braver. The three of them sighed with emotion, but they didn't regret their decision. It was too dangerous to go in, so it was better for them to stay put. A smile appeared on Shang Guanyi's face. Let's wait here for Enlin and Su Xiaolan to return. Her voice had only just fallen. A piercing light suddenly erupted from the stone gate. Their rings were activated by the energy, and balls of light enshrouded their bodies. Yang Yuan's expression shifted. What? No. Mo Hai felt an irresistible power. Crap, it's the power of the stone gate. Shang Guanyi exclaimed. All three of their expressions shifted drastically, and before they even had a chance to escape, they were sucked into the stone gate. Chapter 1879. Within the Azure Dragon star system. This was a large star system with a total of 161 planets. There were a whopping 18 planets that could sustain life. At this moment, on the ice pole star, which was perpetually covered in snow and ice, a series of eastern dragon-like ice and frost dragons were wailing with anguish. Hurry! Run! Get into the spatial teleportation spell formation and retreat to the main star! A giant white dragon that was tens of thousands of feet in length and clad in a suit of blue crystal armor let loose a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout heaven and earth, and the power of extreme frost was emanating from its mouth. Hundreds of thousands of ice and frost dragons flew toward the white pillar of light in the distance at the same time. Behind them, the ground was trembling incessantly. Unexpectedly, there were several million muscular beasts that resembled chimpanzees, but each of them was 100 feet tall, chasing after them at high speed. The gorillas wielded all types of weapons that glowed with spiritual light as they sprinted along the ground. All of them were extremely agile, and after catching up to the ice and frost dragons, they would mercilessly smash their weapons into the ice and frost dragons. One ice and frost dragon after another was smashed into pieces, and blood splattered through the air. They howled with anguish as they fled for their lives. Aside from the millions of gorillas, there were close to 10 million snake-like beasts with spider legs on their lower bodies and 3 twisting waists on their upper bodies, all of which were in hot pursuit of the ice and frost dragons. Not only were they extremely fast, but they could also extend their necks to ensnare the ice and frost dragons before injecting poison into their bodies to kill them. In the sky above, there were also millions of powerful winged powerful beings trying to stop the ice and frost dragons. This was a battle that rocked the entire realm of stars. The ancient desolate race, one of the 3 major races of the realm of stars, and the Azure dragon race. The ice and frost dragons could crush their opponents individually, but there were too many of them. There were over 20 million ferocious beasts charging toward them, but there were only over 500,000 ice and frost dragons, which meant that one ice and frost dragon would have to kill 40 ferocious beasts. If they were to fight to the death, the ice and frost dragons had very little chance of winning, so they could only retreat. Hurry! Hold on for another 50,000 kilometers. The spatial teleportation spell formation is up ahead. Great General Kuin, Gu of the ice and frost dragons, waved his gargantuan body of tens of thousands of feet as he commanded the army to advance. He was the most powerful being on the ice pole star and possessed a Tao integration final stage cultivation base. Aside from it, there were 3 other Tao integration stage true dragons on this planet, but all of them had fallen in the previous battle. These frost dragons were the last living creatures on this planet, in the direction that the frost dragon army had fled. Suddenly, fiery clouds filled the sky. An incomparably huge red meteor fell from the sky. The target of the explosion was none other than Frost Dragon, Great General Kuin-gu. Roar! Kuin-gu let loose a ferocious roar at the meteorite, and a frosty aura tore through the air before crashing into the meteorite. The flames on the surface of the meteorite were instantly snuffed out, and even its speed of descent began to decelerate at a rate discernible to the naked eye. In the end, it shattered into dust less than 50 kilometers away from Kuin-gu. Before Kuin-gu even had a chance to catch his breath, a black figure leaped out from the shattered meteorite. This was a black gorilla enshrouded in crimson flames, and it was wielding a divine rank club that was spewing flames, which it swung viciously toward Kuin-gu's body. Bang! Kuin-gu's body caved in from the terrifying force. Kuin-gu let loose a wail of anguish before crashing into the ground. Ha ha ha! Kuin-gu! You've been targeted by the ancient divine ape, and you still want to run. The black gorilla chortled with glee. This was a being at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. It was also at this moment that countless streaks of sharp white light descended from the sky again, encompassing an area with a radius of several hundred kilometers. They were like divine, punishing heavenly swords, slicing tens of thousands of fleeing ice and frost dragons into mincemeat. There's no need for the azure dragon branch of the ice and frost dragon tribe to exist in this world. A cold and ethereal voice sounded from the sky above. The entire sky had transformed into a sea of pure white light, within which countless celestial swords trembled slightly. The frost dragon army was struck by a sense of despair upon seeing this. A muscular divine falcon over 100,000 feet in length emerged from the sea of light before looking down at the fleeing frost dragon army with a cold expression. Kuin-gu's features paled. The ancient tribe's immortal vane falcon? Aren't you supposed to be on the Azure Tree Star? The Azure Tree Star has already been conquered by our tribe, and the Wood Dragon tribe has already been eradicated. The divine falcon's voice was cold, as if it were talking about something very mundane. How could this be? Kuin-gu's expression was filled with shock, and he threw up another mouthful of blood. Don't be sad. Your frost dragon tribe will soon be able to accompany them. Another sinister voice sounded. A dark hole suddenly appeared on the ground below. A terrifying suction force swept forth like a black hole, engulfing everything around it in a frenzy. Over 10,000 frost dragons had no time to evade before they were sucked into the hole, and they didn't even get a chance to cry out before their bodies were annihilated into nothingness. Phew! The blood of the frost dragons sure is delicious. A Tao integration pinnacle stage savage beast with the lower body of a spider and the upper body of 3 giant pythons emerged from the darkness, and with each and every step it took, the darkness around it would expand and engulf everything. Black abyss demonic spider. An expression of despair appeared on Kuin-gu's face. There were 3 Tao integration pinnacle stage mighty figures blocking their path forward. Not only that, but there were also 2 Tao integration stage mythological beasts chasing after them. Meanwhile, it was the only Tao integration stage super mighty figure on their side. In the face of such a powerful being, the ice and frost dragon's remaining advantage as a powerful individual was completely crushed. The frost dragon tribe has been destroyed far too easily. The 8 tribes of the Azure Dragon tribe are nothing. The ancient divine ape chortled with glee. Kuin-gu retorted coldly, "Would you dare to say that if Master Azure Dragon was still alive?" "Huh? Who does the Azure Dragon think he is? He's just an old and feeble holy beast. If he dares to stand before me, I'll beat him until he cries out for help." The primordial divine ape swung its cudgel around with an arrogant expression. The Azure Dragon was already dead anyway, so it didn't matter how much it bluffed. Be asterisk starred. How dare you insult Master Azure Dragon? A frost dragon at the return to void pinnacle stage roared as it pounced toward the ancient divine ape. Tianlian, calm down. Kuin-gu's expression shifted drastically. At this moment, the ancient divine ape's club had already fallen upon the oncoming frost dragon. Bam! The club tore through the frost dragon's divine Tao and pulverized the frost dragon's body into mincemeat. Tui! Piece of trash! The ancient divine ape put away its club with a disdainful expression as it looked around at the enraged dragon tribe cultivators. Who else? Just as all of the frost dragons were about to fight to the death, Kacha! A spatial rift appeared in the air. A streak of light descended to form two figures on the ground. Chapter 1880. Two figures appeared out of nowhere and landed right in the middle of the confrontation between the two powerhouses. One of them was a handsome man in a flowing white robe. The other was a woman in a jade dress with exquisite beauty. Both of them had extremely good looks, and they immediately attracted countless pairs of eyes as soon as they appeared. They were none other than Enlin and Su Xiaolan, who had just stepped through the stone gate. The place we've landed in doesn't seem to be a very good place. Su Xiaolan's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of the powerful beings and the fleeing army. Holy F***CK! The gorillas here are so powerful. Have they become a bad *SS tribe? And Lin looked back at the scenes of the ice and frost dragons wielding all types of spiritual weapons, and he felt like this world really was a fantasy. Two humans suddenly appeared. The immortal Vane Eagle emerged from the sea of light and narrowed its eyes. Are they here to reinforce Kuingu? The black abyss demonic spider chuckled coldly. The ancient divine ape looked at Enlin and Su Xiaolan with disdain on its face. So it's two ugly C***NTS. One of them is of the Tao integration intermediate stage, while the other is of the return to void final stage. They're just pieces of trash. I can kill them in an instant. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, the faces of the two who were originally aloof from worldly affairs, immediately darkened. Who are you calling trash? And Lin spoke in a cold voice. Who are you calling ugly C***NTS? Su Xiaolan's eyes flashed with a cold light. The ancient divine ape chortled with mirth. I'm talking about you. Are you not allowed to say that you're ugly and weak? You two pieces of trash want to reinforce the ice and frost dragon tribe? I'm just a wooden club I can... Whoosh! And Lin had already appeared before the ancient divine ape before unleashing an almighty fist. The ancient divine ape had only just reacted to find that the fist had already landed on its face. It was far, far too fast. Boom! His fist energy exploded, bringing with it a terrifying power that surpassed everything. It easily tore apart the desolate ancient god ape's body and smashed its head like a watermelon. In the next instant, a woman in a jade dress had already appeared before the ancient divine ape, and her dragon sparrow sword let loose a roar as it sliced the ancient divine ape's headless body in half. The scorching holy flames imbued within the sword projection spread throughout the entire body, completely incinerating the ancient divine ape's body before finally vaporizing it. A mournful wail suddenly came from heaven and earth. Heaven and earth mourn the death of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the mighty beings reacted, the primordial divine ape's corpse had already been incinerated into nothingness. I advised you to be kind, but you didn't listen. This is your fate. And Lin said calmly. Su Xiaolan's pretty face was also as cold as ice. I gave you a chance to reorganize your words, but you didn't cherish it. I can only act on behalf of the heavens and purify you. A cold wind blew past. Silence. Deathly silence. Kuin-gu, the black abyss demonic spider, and the immortal Vane falcon all stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. All of the fleeing ice and frost dragons also faltered as they stared at Enlin, and Su Xiaolan with incredulity etched on their faces. The ancient divine ape had died, and it had been insta-killed. The ancient divine ape wasn't just some random trash. It was a Tao integration stage, super mighty figure. And it was a super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, the most powerful being below the paramount god level. However, such a being had been insta-killed. This was the fastest Tao integration stage, super mighty figure to die that Kuin-gu had ever seen. Everything that had just transpired was completely beyond his imagination. A return to void final stage, human crushed the divine ape's head? The immortal Vane Falcon's voice trembled. That Tao integration intermediate stage woman in a jade dress is also far more powerful than I imagined. Expressions of horror appeared on all three of the Black Abyss demonic spiders' heads. There's no way a human could be this powerful. They must be fake. They must be a heavenly monarch of the spirit tribe in disguise. The Black Abyss demonic spider spat out a black mirror, from which a piercing white light erupted forth. Faceless divine mirror, reveal their true appearances. And Lin narrowed his eyes in displeasure at the glaring reflection in the mirror. Don't let me see my handsome face just because you don't like it. He launched an almighty fist through the air, using only the most basic power in his body. Bam! The massive force crashed into the faceless divine mirror, causing it to cave in and crack open. No! The Black Abyss demonic spider was also struck by the shock waves of Lin's fist, and it let loose a blood-curdling wail as it flew back. My mirror! My Xiaohei! You killed my Xiaohei! An expression of madness and resentment appeared on the Black Abyss demonic spider's face. It was clear that the faceless divine mirror that Lin had shattered was extremely important to it. The heavenly monarchs of the spirit tribe are coming. So the extreme Tao beast monarch of the ancient tribe won't just stand by and do nothing. I'll hold you off, as long as I can hold you off. Once the extreme Tao beast monarch arrives, you'll all be dead. A ferocious expression appeared on the Black Abyss demonic spider's face, and it plunged its spider legs viciously into the ground, upon which darkness spread for close to 500 kilometers in the blink of an eye. You'll all be trapped in the darkness forever. Ha ha ha. The ground was transformed into darkness that engulfed everything. Snow, rocks, and mountain ranges all slowly fell into the darkness. The hundreds of thousands of ice and frost dragons in the sky were also struck by a terrifying suction force as they fell into the darkness below. Even the ape and spider beasts on the ground were unable to escape this terrifying suction force, and they all let loose blood-curdling cries as they disappeared into the darkness. That's right, this was a suction force that didn't differentiate between friend and foe. Kuan Gu was extremely powerful, and he was able to resist the suction force of the darkness. But he could also sense an omnipresent sealing power that seemed to have instantly engulfed his power. No. One of his subordinates and comrades was engulfed by the inky black earth, and his eyes widened as he roared with grief and despair. The power of darkness was far too terrifying, and Kuan Gu was completely powerless to prevent it from happening. This is the ultimate technique I unleashed by burning my life force. The earth of darkness can engulf and bind all living beings. Even a god of creation will be temporarily trapped and tremble in the face of my most powerful power of darkness. The Black Abyss demonic spider cackled as it turned toward Lin. However, it was almost scared **Tles at the sight of Lin. And Lin was making his way toward it as if he were completely unaffected by the suction force, and he was even able to compress the ground with ease. Impossible. Even a heavenly monarch of the spirit tribe wouldn't be completely unaffected. The Black Abyss demonic spider shook its head relentlessly as if it had seen something completely unbelievable. Tremble in the face of your power of darkness? A white figure appeared before the Black Abyss demonic spider in the blink of an eye before flicking a finger. Do you understand darkness? A speck of black light shot forth from Lin's index finger. Deathly silence ensued. Heaven and earth fell into absolute silence at that moment. There wasn't even any color left. The Black Abyss demonic spider's entire body trembled. It had witnessed the ultimate horror and nothingness from the black speck before its eyes, which represented the end of everything, an end that was even more terrifying than death itself. No, the Black Abyss demonic spider tried to escape, only to find that its body had already been immobilized. This was also the power of darkness. But its darkness was like a toy on the surface, and it was instantly suppressed to the point where it couldn't even release any energy fluctuations in the face of true darkness. The darkness suddenly expanded to encompass the black abyss demonic spider. It then suddenly contracted to become a black speck before disappearing into nothingness. The sky reappeared, and the darkness on the ground disappeared. In its place was flat and smooth ground. The black abyss demonic spider had also disappeared without a trace. Su Xiaolan stroked her chin, feeling as if her horizons had been broadened. Is this what you call a dog eating a dog? Chapter 1881. Heaven and earth mourned the fall of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. The black abyss demonic spider had fallen. This was the second super mighty figure at the Tao integration pinnacle stage to fall. All of the remaining spider and snake beasts became extremely uneasy and horrified. Their boss was already dead. How were they supposed to fight this battle? Were they supposed to sacrifice themselves? Kuin-gu's mouth gaped open with astonishment. Insta-kill. Insta-kill again. Even though the black abyss demonic spider had unleashed its most powerful technique, it was still insta-killed in the end. And Lin remained calm and collected throughout the entire process, as if he were an invincible being who had transcended above all else. He could do whatever he wanted, and no one could stop him. And Lin heaved a light sigh, and he felt an indescribable sense of feebleness. This was the first time he had used his power of the divine Tao, which was the power of darkness. He didn't dare to use it too much, but it was still very effective, even to the extent that he was struck by a sense of horror. Too powerful, the black abyss demonic spider at the Tao integration pinnacle stage was like a normal spider in his eyes. It felt like it was nothing more than a single strike. Just one strike. Complete and utter annihilation. Complete and utter annihilation. He had killed it effortlessly. Who else? And Lin looked up into the sky. The sea of pure white light in the sky had already disappeared. As for the immortal Vane Falcon at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, it had already fled. They sure got away fast. And Lin smiled, but he didn't feel dejected. He then turned around to look at the army charging at him, his expression calm and indifferent. Just a single glance. The earth in the distance instantly fell silent. The rumbling continued, but the sound of footsteps was getting further and further away. That's right, the spider and snake beasts, the chimpanzee beasts, the winged tribe beasts, and the army of over 10 million all fled in unison. And Lin had forced the army of over 10 million into retreat with just a single glance. They had no choice, and Lin had killed 2 of their most powerful great generals as easily as slaughtering dogs. They simply couldn't afford to mess with such a terrifying being, so all of their powerful great generals would be dead meat. Bravery and battle prowess were a trait of the ancient tribe. However, a strong desire to survive was also a trait of the ancient tribe. The two did not clash. The desolate race army retreated like a receding tide. Kuin-gu looked on at the fleeing army, and the flames of battle were immediately ignited in his heart as he bowed with an extremely respectful expression. Senior, the ancient tribe great general has been killed, and the morale of the army is very shaky, so it's time to retaliate. Why don't you lead us and eat this entire army? Guide you? And Lin looked at Kuin-gu with a perplexed expression. It was as if 2 people were taking a stroll in the wilderness when a general suddenly ran over and asked him to lead 100,000 soldiers to destroy the enemy's army. What the hell does this have to do with me? Su Xiaolan couldn't help but roll her eyes, and Lin rejected coldly, I'm not going. Your war has nothing to do with me. This. Kuin-gu's eyes widened as he asked carefully, Senior, aren't you an old acquaintance of Master Azure Dragon? Defeating the ancient desolate race now is the best way. He had already envisioned the entire sequence of events in his mind, Enlil was definitely a god of creation stage mighty figure who had a good relationship with Master Azure Dragon, which was why he was able to strike at such a critical juncture in the war. Enlil blinked. I only attacked that ape and that spider because they were insulting me and Xiaolan. What does that have to do with you, Azure Dragon? Kuan Gu and his entourage were instantly struck dumb upon hearing this. Kuan Gu suddenly recalled the scene wherein Lin and Su Xiaolan had descended upon this world, and an extremely absurd thought welled up in his mind. Could it be that you too? We just happened to be passing by, and Lin replied. Kuan Gu, Ice and Frost Dragon. All of the dragon tribe living beings recalled what the ancient divine ape had said to Enlil and Su Xiaolan. So, Enlil and Su Xiaolan really had nothing to do with Master Azure Dragon? Which meant that the ancient divine ape had died because of its foul mouth. Not only that, but even the ancient tribe army of over 10 million had lost because of its foul mouth? For some reason, all of the 300,000 ice and frost dragons were struck by the urge to throw up blood. They had won this battle, but this was AF * King Bystander who had casually slain their enemies for them. This wasn't even a victory for them. After all, even a victory required a teammate to carry it. And Lin wasn't even their teammate. This was a very complicated feeling. Ha! Ha ha ha! Kuan Gu suddenly chortled with mirth. This is fate. Master Azure Dragon is blessed by heaven and earth, and he is blessed by our tribe. And Lin was extremely displeased. He was the one who had attacked them. So what did this have to do with Azure Dragon? Speaking of which, could it be that the Master Azure Dragon that this Ice and Frost Dragon was referring to was one of the 4 holy beasts? The Ice and Frost Dragon was already at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, so it had to at least be a god of creation stage being to be referring to it as Master. That was very possible, and Lin couldn't help but turn his gaze toward his sea of vital energy. A series of rumbling sounds erupted from within his sea of vital energy. The little black dragon was ramming the space within his sea of vital energy with excitement, as if it was trying to open up a passageway. And Lin fell into deep thought. The stone door had probably teleported them to the holy beast Azure Dragon's territory, so it was most likely the little black dragon's idea as well. It looked like it was about to open up the passageway to the sea of vital energy. It was most likely trying to use the Sea of Vital Azure Dragon Egg to reincarnate and escape. And Lin spoke from within his Sea of Vital Energy. Senior Black Dragon, are you trying to get out of here? The little black dragon, howl, howl, howl. And Lin, it had become so small that it couldn't even speak. You can actually write it out in your Sea of Vital Energy, and Lin replied with a serious expression. The little black dragon waved its hands through the air. Howl, howl, howl. And Lin was starting to doubt whether the little black dragon had any intelligence at all. It could clearly use countless methods to communicate with him. So why was it howling like that? And Lin didn't harbor any ill intentions toward the Azure Dragon. After all, the Azure Dragon had saved him several times during critical moments. So it was most likely using him as a means of reincarnation and not as a scheme to harm him. With his intelligence, no one would be able to harm him, even if the Azure Dragon had other intentions, and Lin would be able to convince it otherwise. Thus, there was no need to worry about the Azure Dragon stirring up trouble. He first turned to Su Xiaolan and asked, Su Xiaolan, how are you feeling right now? Su Xiaolan pointed toward a certain direction in the sky. I can sense that the summoning is becoming clearer and more intense. It's coming from that place. And Lin's eyes sharpened, and he was immediately struck by a dilemma upon seeing the boundless sea of stars. There are tens of thousands of planets in the direction you're pointing toward, and the distance is measured in light years. There are simply too many planets to search in that direction. Kuan Gu seemed to have seen Enlin's frustration, and he made his way toward Enlin. Senior, are you not familiar with this realm of stars? That's all right. You can come with me to the main star of the Azure Dragon star system, the Huangquan star, and you can view the most detailed map of the realm of stars there. You can also use a large teleportation spell formation to teleport to any of the known planets. That way, you'll be able to drastically reduce the distance you have to travel. And Lynn's eyes lit up. How could I? That's all right. You've saved our ice and frost dragon tribe, and we've been looking for an opportunity to repay you. Please don't stand on ceremony, Senior. Even though Kuin-gu was the most powerful being on the Ice Pole star, he still had to humble himself. All right, then let's go to the Dragon Origin Star. And Lynn nodded. The main star of the Azure Dragon Star system? That was most likely the home of the little black dragon, and Lynn couldn't help but look forward to it. Chapter 1882. On one of the three main planets of the ancient era, the Divine Emperor planet. This was a planet that looked like it had a yellow appearance. Layers of faint yellow energy revolved in the air above the planet, and from afar, it looked like a ring that was constantly rotating. A dark red formation encompassed an area with a radius of over 5,000 kilometers. There was a throne at the center of the formation, upon which sat a golden gorilla that was over 100 feet tall. Its muscles bulged into a series of small bumps, and the five-colored divine light within them crashed into its muscles relentlessly. The bumps bulged and contracted as it breathed. There were 8 arms on its back, which spread out in a circular pattern like a flower bud. It could move freely, but it was frozen in midair like an inanimate object. A pure white streak of light suddenly approached from the distance. Boom! The immortal Vane Falcon landed on the ground and knelt down toward the golden gorilla on the throne. Beast King, bad news. A god of creation has interfered in our battle against the Azure Dragon tribe on the Ice Pole star. A god of creation has interfered? Why are you the only one back? Where are the black abyss demonic spider and the ancient divine ape? The golden gorilla asked. There are 2 humanoid powerful beings, and one of them is suspected to be a god of creation. The ancient divine ape and the black abyss demonic spider have already been killed in an instant. If I had escaped any slower, I would have been killed as well. The immortal Vane Falcon trembled uncontrollably. Boom! A terrifying explosion of energy erupted forth. The rainbow energy within the golden gorilla's body soared into the sky, blanketing the entire sky. The anguished wails and agony of countless living beings were imbued within the dazzling rainbow energy, as if they were witnessing a dark red, depraved death rather than a beautiful rainbow. The ancient divine ape is dead! Good, very good. How dare you ignore the God of Creation treaty and kill my son? The golden gorilla stood up from the throne, and its 8 arms suddenly began to make a series of strange hand seals. Boundless divine light erupted from its hands before fusing into the earth below. The earth before it began to bulge, and rocks began to materialize into a massive being. Only Heavenly Monarch Xiling and Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo of the Spirit Tribe are Heavenly Monarch Xiling and Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo of the Spirit Tribe. Heavenly Monarch Xiling has already been sealed away, so... The golden gorilla turned toward a certain direction with a sinister expression. Heavenly Monarch Bei Luo, even if you covet the Azure Dragon Heart Essence, you don't have to target my son, do you? You're playing with fire. Boom, boom, boom. Around the earthy yellow planet, many golden arrays appeared. They connected with each other and amplified each other. Then they released golden ripples that spread through the sky and earth. They spread for 100 miles, 1,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles, 1,000,000 miles from afar. One could see extremely turbulent spatial ripples in space, and then the huge earthy yellow planet began to slowly sink into the ripples, disappearing from its original position. Within the North Pole Palace of the spirit race, the man, whose body seemed to be made of piles of snow, suddenly opened his cold and frosty eyes and frowned slightly. I can't help but feel uneasy. Could it be that I'm about to run into trouble? Forget it, forget it. I'm just a heavenly monarch cultivating in the North Pole Palace. What kind of trouble can I encounter? The man shook his head and laughed. He continued to focus on cultivating the ice matriarch's cultivation method on the dragon origin star. Dazzling starlight erupted from the spatial formation constructed by the azure starlight stone. A series of dragon tribe powerful beings exuding frosty auras appeared at the center of the formation. The frost dragon that was tens of thousands of feet in length also rose up into the air before flying toward the core region of the dragon origin star with a frosty gust of wind in its wake. And Lin and Su Xiaolan stood on the head of the ice and frost dragon and surveyed their surroundings with curiosity. The dragon origin star wasn't as luxurious and prosperous as they had imagined. The environment was as beautiful as a celestial realm, and it was a cultivation planet with iridescent light and abundant vital energy. On the contrary, there were many extreme weather conditions here, and the sky was often filled with thunder clouds, and lightning would occasionally fall from the sky. The earth would occasionally churn and boil, and the weaker dragons could be scalded to death if they weren't careful. What surprised Lin and Su Xiaolan was that even in such a harsh environment, there were still countless dragon tribe powerful beings living on the dragon origin star. And Lin used his god of creation stage divine sense to scan the entire planet, and he estimated that there were over 10 million dragon tribe powerful beings, as well as about a dozen or so different species. One had to realize that the dragon tribe was extremely powerful, and their numbers were extremely rare. Even the ice pole star, which was several times larger than Earth, only had a population of less than 1 million. It was already very astonishing that so many dragon tribe powerful beings could appear on a single planet at the same time. Kuan Gu was very intelligent, and he immediately guessed what Lin was thinking from his expression. "Senior, do you not know why our azure dragon tribe established our main planet on the dragon origin star?" And Lin nodded in response. Kuan Gu continued, "There are countless descendants of the azure dragon bloodline in this vast realm of stars. But no matter who they are, their goal in cultivating is to make their bloodline more powerful and pure." And Lin was in complete agreement with this statement. Any existence with the bloodline of a divine beast, the more powerful its bloodline, the more promising and powerful it would be. Take Su Xiaolan, for example. She possessed the essential bloodline of the holy vermilion bird, and it could be said that her bloodline was the closest to that of the holy vermilion bird, which was why she was able to progress by leaps and bounds. However, in contrast to the descendants of holy beasts, she wasn't completely reliant on the vermilion bird bloodline. There was still a powerful true dragon bloodline within her body that was restricting and promoting the growth of the vermilion bird bloodline. The two of them complemented each other, and 1 + 1 = 11. Dual Divine Tao was no joke. It was a pioneering BUG. You're saying that the dragon origin star has an advantage that can promote the cultivation of the azure dragon tribe's bloodline? Su Xiaolan quickly grasped the key point. Kuan Gu chuckled. "That's right. Our master azure dragon passed away on the dragon origin star, and not only is there the dragon Tao pond that can purify the dragon tribe bloodline, there's also the azure dragon heart essence that represents the holy birth and contains the essential power of the universe." And Lin and Su Xiaolan's mouths gaped open in astonishment. Was it really okay for him to say such an important thing so straightforwardly? It's fine. All of the more powerful mighty figures in the realm of stars know about this, so it's an open secret. A smile appeared on Kuan Gu's face. "May I ask where you're from, seniors?" And Lin replied expressionlessly, "We're from the Kuan Su universe." Kuan Gu's body shuddered. "The Kuan Su universe? Su Xiaolan, that's right. That's a very long story." And Lin's expression was extremely solemn, as if he could see through all of history. "That place is extremely powerful, and were the core disciples of a peerless, eternal Tao sect that ruled over the Kuan Su universe. That place," and Lin turned to Kuan Gu, "there are 10,000 more people as bad possess as me." Kuan Gu's body shuddered, and he almost fell from the sky. Something like this was completely unheard of in the Outerverse. However, Kuin-gu knew that Enlil wasn't any of the most powerful beings he had ever seen. Now that such a powerful being had appeared out of nowhere, it was more or less acceptable that he was from another universe, a peerless eternal Tao sect that ruled over the Kuin-su universe. Kuin-gu was unable to repress his excitement, but he was also trembling uncontrollably, especially after learning that there were 10,000 beings like Enlil in that place. What kind of Tao sect is that? Kuin-gu couldn't help but ask, and Lin replied with a proud expression, the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Chapter 1883. 4-9 Immortal Sect? Kuin-gu's expression faltered slightly before he murmured to himself. That's from the 50 Great Tao and 49 Heavenly Evolution, right? What a mighty sect. Just the name alone is extremely fitting for the great Tao of heaven and earth. You forgot to mention that the 4-9 Immortal Sect has another layer to it. The 50 Great Tao and 49 Heavenly Evolution. And Lin paused momentarily before adding, humans are one of them. Kuin-gu's heart trembled slightly upon hearing this. Genius. Genius. Even though the human race isn't one of the 3 major tribes in the realm of stars, they still have their strengths. I've always felt that this race was quite extraordinary, but I didn't think that they would be so powerful in another universe. A knowing smile appeared on Enlin's face upon hearing Kuin-gu's flattery, and he didn't say anything else. All of a sudden, 2 powerful Tao integration stage true dragons flew toward them from the distance. One of them was a crimson true dragon with fiery clouds revolving around its body, and its claws were as dazzling as the scorching sun. The other was a slender, snowy white dragon with a pair of clear blue eyes, and a sea of clouds surged as it danced through the air. Kuin-gu, is this the senior who defeated the ancient tribe army you were talking about? The white dragon's voice was as gentle as a big sister's, and anyone who heard it would instinctively lower their guard. That's right. This senior only managed to save our ice and frost dragon lineage through a series of coincidences. Kuin-gu lowered his head in a respectful manner. He then turned to Enlil and Su Xiaolan before making introductions. These 2 true dragons are 2 of the 3 guardian deities of our Huangquan star, Master Qiyu and Master Baishui. And Lin detected their auras to find that they were both at the Tao integration pinnacle stage, and their bloodlines were extremely pure. Even though their cultivation bases were similar, they were most likely much more powerful than Kuin-gu. As such, Mr. Enlil is a friend of our Azure Dragon tribe, and we'll do our best to satisfy your requests. Baishui spoke in a gentle voice that was neither servile nor overbearing, which was completely different from Kuin-gu. Thank you, fellow Taoist Baishui. And Lin smiled. Our Azure Dragon race is known as a reclusive race, and our heritage is unimaginable to the average race. In terms of gathering information about the domain of stars, we definitely rank at the top among all the races and forces. And Lin and Su Xiaolan need not worry about that. Qi said in a deep voice that was filled with enthusiasm. They already knew why Enlil and Su Xiaolan had come, so they did not guard against them. Instead, they took the initiative to be friendly. Of course, it was also possible that this dragon origin star still had trump cards that Enlil didn't know about, so they didn't have to be wary of Enlil. Although the climate of the dragon origin star was harsh, it was very large. Enlil, Su Xiaolan, and the 3 true dragons traversed hundreds of thousands of miles before they arrived at a huge basin. The basin had a height difference of over 10,000 meters, and its width was over 30,000 kilometers. Within the basin were all types of protruding craters. There were lush forests that resembled seas, clear lakes that resembled mirrors, caves that resembled stars in the sky, and mighty roars could be heard echoing throughout the mountain ranges. Su Xiaolan's eyes narrowed with surprise. There are so many dragon tribe living beings here. There are over 1 million of them scattered throughout this basin. Is this a dragon nest? That's right. Not only is this a dragon nest, but it is also the core region of our Azure Dragon tribe. All of the dragons here are the most powerful dragons of our Azure dragon tribe. A smile appeared on Bai Shue's face, and Lin unleashed his divine sense to assess the size of the dragon tribe living beings up ahead, upon which his expression shifted slightly. There were over 700,000 spirit-nurturing stage dragons, over 50,000 soul formation stage dragons, over 300 return to void stage dragon tribe mighty figures, and 13 Dao integration stage true dragons. Including Kuin-gu, Bai Shue, and Chiyu, there were a total of 16 Dao integration stage true dragons here. This kind of dragon tribe could easily crush the dragon court of the eastern seas. Even the western dragon tribe of the Tai Chu continent was like an infant compared to the holy beast Azure dragon tribe. They were on completely different levels. Furthermore, one had to realize that this basin only consisted of the core powers of the dragon origin star. What about the other powers on the dragon origin star? Aside from the dragon origin star, what about the other 17 stars? The entire Azure dragon tribe probably had several dozen Dao integration stage super mighty figures, and over 1,000 returned to void stage super mighty figures. It had to be said that aside from the heaven-crushing sect, the Azure dragon tribe was the most powerful force he had ever seen. And Lin was still situated at the center of the basin, where colorful clouds and mists swirled around, and he could sense some energy, fluctuations that made even his heart palpitate. It was most likely because of something in there that allowed Bai Shue and Chiyu to interact with him so calmly and even allow him into the core region of the Azure dragon tribe to view the star map. As he drew closer and closer, Su Xiaolan suddenly harumphed lightly, and her bloodline began to stir restlessly as her eyes gradually took on a pure golden color. Exquisite dragon scales also began to appear on her snowy skin. Oh, so Ms. Su Xiaolan also possesses the dragon tribe bloodline? An expression of surprise appeared on Bai Shue's face, and it's an extremely pure bloodline. She has successfully integrated the Dao integration stage. Qi Yu waved his sharp claws as he exclaimed, "Is she a hybrid between a human and a dragon tribe cultivator? She has integrated the Dao of the true dragon as a human. This is the first time I've seen something like this." And Lin smiled and didn't say anything. If she knew that Su Xiaolan had integrated the Dao of the vermilion bird and the true dragon at the same time, she would probably be even more astonished. Bai Shue smiled. "Seeing as you possess the bloodline of a true dragon and you're a Dao integration stage cultivator, then you're half a relative to us. We can open the Dragon Dao Pond for you." Dragon Dao Pond? A perplexed expression appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. "What's that?" Chiyu replied with a proud expression. "That's a holy land that the entire realm of stars yearns for. The water in the pond contains the paramount Dao intent of our dragon tribe. Legend has it that our patriarch Azure, dragon, attained enlightenment in the Dragon Dao Pond and became the only holy birth. In principle, only Dao integration stage true dragons are allowed to enter the Dragon Dao Pond, and there's only one entry every 100 years. Which means that within the Azure dragon tribe, one would have to wait several thousand years before being allowed to enter the Dragon Dao Pond again. As for how much enlightenment they can attain, that would depend on their own abilities. You've saved the entire Ice and Frost dragon tribe and killed 2 of our tribe's most powerful enemies. As such, in my capacity as the guardian deities of the Azure dragon tribe, I can grant Ms. Su Xiaolan special permission to enter the Dragon Dao Pond." "That's fantastic. Thank you, Ms. Chiyu, Ms. Bai Shue." Su Xiaolan was filled with elation upon hearing true dragon Chiyu's words. She had been lured here by the vermilion bird bloodline, and she didn't think that she would have the opportunity to attain enlightenment in the Dao of the true dragon first. And Lin looked silently at his sea of vital energy to find that the little black dragon was ramming itself even more ferociously, as if it were trying to break out of his sea of vital energy. Chapter 1884. The little black dragon's human-like desire was completely different from that of the other holy beasts. The holy flame vermilion bird was proud and unruly, while the little Xianwu and the little white tiger had no desire to go out. Only the little black dragon, who was the mastermind behind the opening of the Tai Chu continent, was relentlessly pounding into the sea of vital energy. And Lin was very interested in what the little black dragon was doing. He didn't know if going to the dragon origin star would help the little black dragon break free, but it would be best if he could free the little black dragon from his body. After all, he didn't want to conceive a little black dragon in his body. The colorful cloud and mist was an illusion formation, and Lin and Su Xiaolan followed Kuan-Gu and the others as the colorful cloud and mist parted. Soon, a strange world appeared in front of them. The sky was clear, and there were massive trees that were like massive pillars supporting the heavens. A series of powerful dragon tribe living beings circled in the sky, inhaling clouds and exhaling mist. A shimmering golden true dragon descended from the sky, bringing with it a vast expanse of clouds and boundless divine light. It bowed to everyone with an extremely respectful expression. Esteemed Bai Shui, Qiyu, guardian god, why have you summoned me? Xingjin, I want to take this human woman into the Dragon Dao Pond. Qiyu said as he pointed at Su Xiaolan. You want to take a human woman into the Dragon Dao Pond. The golden dragon's expression shifted as he stared at Su Xiaolan with a perplexed expression. She has the aura of our dragon tribe, but she's only a human. From a bloodline perspective, she doesn't have the right to— Shut up! Bai Shui suddenly interjected. You may be the manager of the Dragon Dao Pond, but don't forget that Master Azure Dragon is not here, so our guardian gods have the highest authority. Xingjin opened his mouth before closing it in the end. He turned to look at Su Xiaolan with disdain and displeasure in his heart. Giving a once-in-a-century opportunity to enter the Dragon Dao Pond to a human with impure bloodline was an insult to the entire Azure Dragon tribe. There were countless ways to repay a debt of gratitude. Even if the other party had done the Azure Dragon tribe a debt of gratitude, there was no need to choose such a method to repay it, right? After Su Xiaolan entered the Dragon Dao Pond, it would be even funnier if she didn't attain any enlightenment or enhancements in her Dao realm. It would be the equivalent of wasting a super precious opportunity. With this in mind, Xingjin couldn't help but shake his head. He felt like the two guardian deities were getting worse and worse. To think that they would come up with such a stupid idea. The final guardian deity, the clear origin dragon, didn't even try to stop them. Fellow Taoists, please follow us. Xingjin said to Enlin and Su Xiaolan. Even though he wasn't disgusted, he wasn't as polite as before. This was the Azure Dragon's lair, so even if the other party was a Genesis tier-level being, so what? The Azure Dragon naturally had the confidence to suppress him. Xingjin led Enlin and the others forward. They encountered many powerful beings of the dragon tribe. They all bowed respectfully to Xingjin. Clearly, Xingjin had a very high status in the Azure Dragon tribe. Soon, they arrived at a large lake that was dark green like a gem. The lake was as vast as the ocean, and there was no end to it as far as the eye could see. The great sun hung high in the sky, piercing through the rainbow-colored clouds and casting its reflection on the lake. Unexpectedly, there were thousands of small suns, like golden jade plates, rippling with the blue waves, looking extremely magnificent and magnificent. Countless eastern dragons of different colors swam and frolicked in the lake, making it appear as if it were a massive swimming pool for the dragon tribe. The Dragon Dao Pond is located in the depths of this Azure Sun Lake. Come with me. Xingjin rose into the sky like a WYRM, diving into the ocean. Kuan-Gu, Qiyu, and Bai Shui also rose into the air gracefully before diving into the lake. And Lin and Su Xiaolan were more down to earth. They stood on the black brick and dove into the emerald lake without any hesitation, diving downward at a rapid speed. Su Xiaolan felt as if the blood in her entire body was surging, and she felt as if she had returned to a warm embrace. It was an extremely satisfying, comfortable, and safe feeling. She moaned softly, and Lin turned toward the blushing Su Xiaolan with a surprised expression. Are you all right? I feel so good. Su Xiaolan spread open her arms and closed her eyes, and Lin's expression was a little peculiar at the sight of Su Xiaolan. Are you sure you're all right? Su Xiaolan shook her head, and a vibrant blush appeared on her face as she replied in a mellow voice, I'm fine, I feel like I'm about to float. And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. What did she mean by she was fine? No normal person would behave like this. Her words only made him even more concerned. Bai Shui immediately offered an explanation upon seeing Su Xiaolan's reaction. Su Xiaolan is acting like this because her bloodline has been influenced by the dragon Dao Pan's Dao realm true intent, and she's slowly unleashing her bloodline instincts and desires. There's no need to panic. And Lin was quite relieved to hear this. But all of a sudden, an exquisite and soft body pounced on him. And Lin, hold on to me. The woman in the jade dress's cheeks were bright red, and she wrapped her arms around Lin's neck as she breathed into his ear with her soft, fragrant lips. And Lin, what was going on? Was there really no need to panic? But he was so panicked, and Lin's heart was surging with emotions, and he couldn't help but wrap his arms around the woman's soft body. At the same time, he turned to the white dragon with a confused expression. Ms. Bai Shui, what's going on? Didn't I tell you? Ms. Su Xiaolan has been influenced by the dragon Dao Pond and is unleashing her desires. It looks like she's unleashing her love for you. A rare smile appeared on Bai Shui's face. And Lin, Su Xiaolan murmured as her eyes gradually glazed over. Wah, what should I do? And Lin couldn't take it anymore. His breathing began to accelerate as he stared at Su Xiaolan's curvaceous body, as well as the scorching heat emanating from her body. Su Xiaolan's figure was extremely good to begin with, and she pressed herself against Lin's body without any reservation as an intoxicating blush appeared on her face. She stared at Lin with an affectionate expression, as if she was waiting for something. The two of them were so close that they could even sense each other's breathing. Who could resist this? And Lin could feel the desire in his body rising as well. However, he forcibly repressed it as he turned to the white dragon for help. She's currently in the process of releasing her bloodline, so it's not a good idea to forcibly repress it. It's best to let nature take its course. Bai Shui replied in a calm voice. So what should I do to relieve her of this state? And Lin asked in an urgent voice. Bai Shui replied, It's very simple. Just shoot her. And Lin. Chapter 1885. And Lin's eyes widened as if he had misheard. What do you mean by having sex? And Lin couldn't believe what he had just heard. The crimson dragon waved its little golden claws with a wide smile on its face. Ms. Su Xiaolan is expressing her love for you, so you naturally have to cater to her and satisfy her love for you. So what do you mean by having sex? We're about to reach the Dragon Dao Pond, and you don't have the right to enter the Dragon Dao Pond. Hence, if you're going to do this, then do it now. We can wait for you here, Sheng Jin suggested. The four true dragons at the Dao integration pinnacle stage stared intently at Lin and Su Xiaolan with their big, round eyes as they spoke, staring at Lin. And Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. These four shameless true dragons were staring at him and asking him to do it right in front of them. Mr. Lin, are you shy? Bai Shui asked in a sympathetic voice, and Lin's face convulsed slightly. What the F***CK was she talking about? Don't worry, Mr. Lin. We won't feel anything when we watch you copulate, just like you watching us copulate. Chi Yu chuckled, and Lin, so be it. Let's not disturb Senior and Lin. There's no point in watching two humans copulate, so let's give them some privacy. Kuan Gu was very respectful of Lin's privacy. Now that you're done, you can pop this bubble. Xing Jin spat out a colorful bubble, which hovered beside Lin as he spoke. In the next second, the 4 true dragons swayed their tails and disappeared on the spot. Within the depths of the azure sun lake, there was still a faint light here. Su Xiaolan's body was pressed tightly against Enlin's, and her snowy white skin was warm and soft, giving off the most primitive sense of temptation. It was impossible for Enlin not to have any reaction. But did he really have to do it with Xiaolan here? Although he really wanted to, and this was the right time, place, and people, even the big black brick could be used as a bed. Su Xiaolan's delicate red lips had already reached Enlin's mouth. And Lin's heart began to race. He knew that if he didn't make a decision now, he would be completely conquered. Xiaolan, I respect your decision, and I love you too. The divine halo of poison appeared above Enlin's head, and he pointed his finger at Su Xiaolan's abdomen. Dark green energy flowed from his fingertips into the woman's body. The divine ring of poison could poison the enemy. It could also remove all negative effects from the target. Sure enough, under the absolute power of the laws of nature, Su Xiaolan's scorching body temperature gradually receded, and her blurry eyes gradually became clear again. The green-clothed woman snorted lightly. Her face, which was originally a little rosy, suddenly turned red again. She shyly withdrew her legs and quickly took 2 steps back. That I'm not. A warm smile appeared on Enlin's face. I know. If I want to spend the most beautiful night with you, I'll have to make sure that you're prepared. Su Xiaolan looked at Enlin, and tears welled up in her eyes. Enlin, you're the best. She knew that even if Enlin took her first time here, it would be a very natural thing to do, and everyone would understand her, including herself. However, Enlin still didn't do that. A bashful smile appeared on Enlin's face. After all, I'm so clear-headed, while you're so entranced by your bloodline. It's quite a weird combination. Su Xiaolan's eyes lit up and she nodded. That's right. Our most wonderful first time has to be done while we're still clear-headed. Only then will the memory be strong enough. The 2 of them reached a consensus after experiencing a thrilling experience. They had to save the best night for their wedding. Bam! And Lin popped the colorful bubble. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Xingjin, Kuin Gu, Chiyu, and Bai Shui instantly appeared before Enlin, and they stared at Enlin and Su Xiaolan with astonishment on their faces. So fast, Mr. Enlin. How did you get here so fast? Chi Yu was astonished. Slap! Bai Shui slapped Chi Yu, flying for tens of thousands of meters with her tail. Ahem. Please don't take it to heart, Mr. Enlin. Chi Yu is just an idiot. An awkward but polite smile appeared on Bai Shui's face. Ha ha ha. That's right. Kuin Gu tried to smooth things over. Dragons and humans move at different speeds, so it's not like we can use them as a reference. Su Xiaolan and Lin, I think you've misunderstood something. I cured Su Xiaolan of all of the negative effects in her body. And Lin explained with a serious expression. Yes, you're right. Can we go to the dragon Dao Pond now? Kuin Gu hurriedly nodded in fear that Enlin would fly into a rage. And Lin's chest constricted upon hearing this. Looking at the dragons in front of him, they clearly didn't believe him. Su Xiaolan couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of Enlin's defeated expression. She was quite amused by this, but at the same time, she was also a little disappointed. In reality, she wouldn't have minded if Enlin had really lost control just then. Why did he have to be so serious? There were no third wheels in the entire Azure Dragon Star system, so he didn't have to worry at all. Apparently, the first time was a little painful. If he could take advantage of the moment when his bloodline was expressing its love and desire, then it wouldn't hurt when they got married. Wouldn't that be even better? With that in mind, Su Xiaolan's thoughts began to wander, and a blush appeared on her face again. Chi Yu and Kuin Gu thought that Su Xiaolan was reminiscing about the past, and both of them began to chuckle like idiots upon seeing this. And Lin's heart was filled with despair upon seeing this. It was over. He wouldn't be able to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River now. He gave up on struggling and arguing, and he continued to descend with the true dragons atop his brick. Not long after that, they arrived at the deepest part of the Azure Sun Lake. Boom! The water in the sky was reversed. All of a sudden, the Azure Sun Lake became the sky of this mystic realm, and there was a whole new world within it. This was an area with a radius of several hundred kilometers. There were countless shimmering treasures piled up into mountains on the ancient grayish-green earth, illuminating the entire space within this mystic realm. There were many peculiar and colorful totems carved into the ground, and Lin stared at these totems to discover that they were all dragon totems, and he could sense the aura of the laws of heaven and earth emanating from them. Countless iridescent lights lit up the entire mystic realm. The aura of dragons was extremely powerful, and the little black dragon within and Lin's body began to stir restlessly. An expression of enjoyment appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. This was clearly an extremely suitable place for the dragon tribe to live in. They continued onward until they arrived at a restriction that was emanating countless astonishing energy fluctuations. Xing Jin pointed a claw at the restriction, and it became transparent, revealing the azure lake within. The lake was in the shape of a dragon, and the water at the mouth of the dragon was golden in color. It was as if an azure dragon were holding a dazzling dragon ball in its mouth. Xing Jin pointed toward the golden lake. That's where the Dragon Dao Pond is located. Chapter 1886. And Lin looked at the pure golden liquid in the distance, and he could sense a boundless and ethereal Dao realm within it. It was unfathomable yet paramount. He instinctively wanted to approach it, but he was stopped in his tracks by a burst of powerful dragon might. All beings without a dragon tribe bloodline will be kept out by the power of the Dragon Dao Pond. Please stay here, Mr. Enlin, Xing Jin said in an indifferent voice. He knew that Su Xiaolan was a dragon hybrid, but Enlin had the aura of a human. Enlin hesitated momentarily, but he felt like it wasn't a bad idea to observe Su Xiaolan observe the Dao realm from afar, so he nodded and was just about to take a couple of steps back. At this moment, a burst of power suddenly surged from his body. The power of the Dragon Dao Pond was instantly melted away upon coming into contact with that burst of power. The pressure on Enlin's body suddenly disappeared, allowing him to continue onward without any resistance. This. Xing Jin stared at Enlin with astonishment on his face. Wait, stop right there. You're a human. You can't approach the Dragon Dao Pond. Why? Enlin tilted his head to the side and splayed his hands open. You said that the Dragon Dao Pond would be able to keep me out, but that power has disappeared. Xing Jin choked upon hearing this, and he opened his mouth to speak again in the end. But you're a human, Kuan-Gu interjected with a serious expression. The Dragon Dao Pond doesn't have a rule that prohibits humans from entering. It doesn't reject Senior Enlin, so there must be a reason why it doesn't reject Senior Enlin. In other words, the Dragon Dao Pond has acknowledged Senior Enlin. So why can't Enlin approach the Dragon Dao Pond? As the manager of the Dragon Dao Pond, Xing Jin was naturally aware of this. However, not only was the Dragon Dao Pond allowing a dragon hybrid to soak in, but it was also allowing an outsider to enter. Kuan-Gu's words are reasonable. Let's just let nature take its course, Bai Shui said in an indifferent voice. Xing Jin had no choice but to grit his teeth and acquiesce in Enlin's approach. If Master Azure Dragon was still alive, you wouldn't have the chance to make such a decision. Xing Jin grumbled in a soft voice, clearly very displeased. Bai Shui and Qi Yu both heard Xing Jin's words, but they pretended not to, and Lin was even more indifferent. In reality, the only reason why the Dragon Dao Pond didn't reject him was because of the little black dragon in his sea of vital energy. Su Xiaolan's bright eyes kept moving around Enlin's body. She blinked as if she was asking if Enlin was a little dragon person like her. Enlin looked back at Su Xiaolan and shook his head, indicating that it was fake. The two of them made their way to the Dragon Dao Pond. And Lin even had the illusion that he was looking at the dragon lake before him, and he felt as if he were looking at an eternal azure dragon stretching its body on the ground, as if it could break free from the ground at any moment and soar into the heavens. When they approached the golden lake, the ground suddenly surged, and two little azure dragons emerged from the ground before extending their heads. These two little azure dragons were several meters long and had golden dragon horns. Their scales glowed with azure light, and their entire bodies gave off an ethereal and transcendent aura. It was as if they did not belong to the mortal world, giving off an unfathomable feeling, and Lin's heart jolted with shock. These two little azure dragons were also powerful beings at the Tao integration pinnacle stage. Furthermore, they had managed to evade the detection of his divine sense, and he only discovered them now that they were approaching him. Elder Xingjin, another observer, has arrived? If I recall correctly, it hasn't even been 100 years since then. One of the little azure dragons had a male voice, and it spoke in a slow, mature voice. Xingjin bowed his head in a respectful manner. This is Ms. Su Xiaolan. Our tribe owes her a great debt of gratitude. So he opened the dragon Tao pond for her to observe in order to repay her for what she has done for us. Then what's going on with this human? Why did he come here? The female little azure dragon asked in a cold voice. The dragon Tao pond has no effect on him, so he came in. Xingjin gloated at Lin. He was indeed unable to go against the decisions of the guardian deities, but these two azure dragons were descendants of Patriarch Azure Dragon. They had already reached the Tao integration pinnacle stage at such a young age, and they had limitless potential. They were the most likely god of creation stage dragons in the future. In terms of status, they were superior to the two guardian deities by Shui and Qiyu. If they were to pressure Enlin and the others, even the guardian deities wouldn't be able to defy them. Xingjin then turned to Enlin, and sure enough, he was greeted by the sight of a hint of shock and awkwardness on Enlin's face. Xingjin was quite elated to see this. Patriarch Azure Dragon was one of the most powerful beings, even among gods of creation. His most powerful descendant was no ordinary being. Just the combined power of the two of them was enough to strike fear into the hearts of even weaker gods of creation. So Enlin had most likely been intimidated as well. Papa! Papa! Two voices suddenly interrupted Shang Jin's reverie. The two little azure dragons swam around Enlin with elation while calling out a shocking name in their tender voices. Shang Jin's mouth gaped open, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Kuin Gu by Shui and Qiyu were also dumbstruck. Su Xiaolan was even more astonished. All of them stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes, and their minds went completely blank. Papa! The male azure dragon yelled. Papa! The female azure dragon yelled. Are you our father? The two azure dragons' eyes were glowing as they spoke to Enlin in an extremely intimate and fawning manner, completely devoid of their previous condescending attitudes. What's going on? Bai Shui was finally unable to maintain her composure, and her eyes widened in fear that her eyes were playing tricks on her. Master Azure Dragon, he's not your father. Your father departed after giving birth to you. Xingjin hurriedly tried to dissuade them with grief and indignation on his face. He had thought that the descendants of Master Azure Dragon would be able to crush Enlin and the others, but the two little azure dragons were calling him father? He didn't know whether Enlin had been intimidated, but Xingjin was definitely intimidated. What the hell was going on? Nonsense. This is clearly father's aura. The female azure dragon harumphed. Bloodlines don't lie. I can sense that his blood is thicker than water, the male azure dragon argued. All of the dragon tribe, super mighty figures, present were completely dumbstruck. Su Xiaolan turned to Enlin with a bewildered expression, as if to ask when did this happen? Xiaolan, I'm innocent in this matter. I'm still a virgin. Enlin almost threw up a mouthful of blood. He immediately turned toward his sea of vital energy. only to discover that the little black dragon was nodding with a benevolent expression. Chapter 1887. And Lin looked at the little black dragon's expression, then at the little azure dragon's calling him daddy, and he was even more certain that this little black dragon was Patriarch Azure Dragon. I got it. Chi Yu yelled before turning to Enlin with a scorching light in his eyes. Senior Enlin could be the reincarnation of our Patriarch Azure Dragon. Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. What an astonishing statement, but it perfectly explained why Enlin was a father. The aura in the unseen world would not lie, and the two little azure dragons' brains were not damaged. So this was the only explanation. But didn't Senior Enlin tell me that he came from the 4-9 immortal sect of the Kuin-Su universe? Kuin-Gu spoke with a hesitant expression. Can he not? Chi Yu asked with an excited expression. Can he? Kuin-Gu was a little dumbstruck. Have you seen him before? Chi Yu asked. Kuin-Gu shook his head. No. How would you know if you haven't seen him before? Chi Yu retorted. Kuin-Gu blinked. He felt like something was amiss. Why did Senior and Lin cross universes to come here? Wasn't it a summons from the heavens? This means that Master Azure Dragon wants to return to his homeland. This means that Master Azure Dragon is about to awaken. Chi Yu became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had discovered a new continent. Tears also welled up in Kuin-Gu's eyes upon hearing this. Among the 4 hidden holy races, only our Azure Dragon Patriarch has passed away, and his holy birth is incomplete. There has been no dragon to inherit it, and even the ancient tribe has been able to humiliate us. Is Azure Dragon Patriarch finally going to return? Patriarch! Chi Yu bowed deeply. Patriarch! Tears streamed down Kuin-Gu's face as he kowtowed as well, and Lin didn't even know what to say. Following on from the 2 little azure dragons, another dragon tribe, super mighty figure was referring to him as Patriarch. Don't be so impulsive. Mr. Enlin hasn't been able to prove that he's an azure dragon, so why are you so impulsive? Sage Jean retorted with difficulty, and Lin turned to Sage Jean with a grateful expression. At such a critical time, it was the golden dragon who said something that made him feel better. Hearing this, Bai Shui sighed softly and said, Both of Lord Azure Dragon's descendants have acknowledged Senior and Lin as their father. What else can we say? Papa! Daddy! The 2 little azure dragons were still shouting excitedly. Get lost. I'm not your father. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your bloodline is pure and your cultivation is high. If you try to take advantage of me again, I'll beat you up. And Lin said with a black face. The male azure dragon's eyes immediately reddened. The female azure dragon began to sob softly. Golden Sage, forget about that. Let my little Lan soak in the hot spring first. And Lin took the initiative to change the topic. This isn't a hot spring. This is a dragon Dao pond. Xingjin's eyes widened as if something beautiful had just been sullied. Shut up! The male azure dragon suddenly yelled. If Daddy says this is a hot spring, then this is a hot spring, the female azure dragon said in a crisp voice. The paramount might of the dragon tribe bloodline instantly descended upon Xingjin, and he was struck by a sense of extreme pressure, to the point where even breathing became a little difficult. That's right. Even though the 2 little azure dragons had chosen to call Enlin their father, they were still Xingjin's papas. Xingjin's heart was filled with grief. What could he do? He was in complete despair. Daddy, is this the beauty who wants to soak in the hot spring? The female azure dragon turned to Su Xiaolan with a cautious expression, and Lin had already told her not to call him Papa, so why did she still insist on calling him Papa? Was she really that stubborn? That's right, she has the bloodline of the dragon tribe, so she wants to soak in the hot spring. And Lin nodded. Then she is... The male azure dragon was a little uneasy, and Lin immediately replied, "She is my Tao partner, Su Xiaolan." The male azure dragon and female azure dragon were both enlightened. "Mama! Mama!" The two little azure dragons circled around Su Xiaolan with excitement. Su Xiaolan and Lin. Xingjin was struck by a rush of dizziness. Even Bai Shui, Kuin-gu, and the other dragons didn't know what to say. What had gotten into these two little azure dragons? Not only had they acknowledged a human as their papa, but now they were acknowledging a female dragon hybrid as their mother? Su Xiaolan's heart was also filled with a myriad of complex emotions. She was just in the midst of her shock at how Lin had become the father of two little azure dragons. But in the blink of an eye, she had also become the mother of two little azure dragons. Ahem. I'm going to soak in the dragon Tao pond now. Su Xiaolan didn't know what to say, so she could only take care of business first. "Go, Mama." The female azure dragon rubbed her head against Su Xiaolan's body in an affectionate manner. "I'll protect Mama." The male azure dragon replied with a serious expression. A hint of anticipation welled up in Xingjin's heart at the sight of Su Xiaolan's reaction. Su Xiaolan was only a female dragon hybrid, so how could her Tao realm observation compare to that of pure-blooded dragons like them? If she couldn't attain anything from the dragon Tao pond, even those two little azure dragons wouldn't be able to call her their mother without a second thought. "What do I have to do?" Su Xiaolan turned to Bai Shui. Bai Shui replied with a gentle smile. "All you have to do is soak in the dragon Tao pond and release your dragon tribe bloodline to fully accept the power of the dragon Tao pond. Then experience the intent realm of the dragon Tao pond. Remember, when you feel like you can't take it anymore, you have to come back in time." Su Xiaolan nodded with an earnest expression before leaping into the dragon Tao pond. Xingjin's eyes widened with anticipation as he stared at Su Xiaolan. If Su Xiaolan's bloodline wasn't compatible, and she couldn't attain the dragon tribe Tao realm true intent, then she would soon be incinerated by the dragon water, and the pain would only be alleviated after she left the dragon Tao pond. The longer one lasted in the dragon Tao pond, the higher the probability of one's bloodline being purified and the greater the benefits one would reap. Kuin-gu could last about 10 minutes in the dragon Tao pond. Xingjin could last 30 minutes in the dragon Tao pond. Bai Shui and Qi, you could last about an hour in the dragon Tao pond. And the two little azure dragons could last more than 2 hours. Xingjin chuckled coldly as he looked at Su Xiaolan in the dragon Tao pond. He didn't know if this female dragon hybrid could last even a minute in the dragon Tao pond. As soon as Su Xiaolan fell into the dragon Tao pond, she felt as if she had fallen into the mouth of a boundlessly mighty being. Its body was a galaxy of stars, and its mouth was like a black hole. The dragon tribe bloodline within her body instantly began to churn. The dragon Tao realm true intent also instantly surged into her mind like a tsunami wave. The dragon Tao pond was imbued with extremely profound dragon tribe true intent that pointed directly to the most fundamental core of the Tao of dragons. Even though she had already gleaned a lot of dragon tribe true intent, she was instantly enlightened and enlightened. A pair of golden and jade-like dragon horns emerged from Su Xiaolan's head. Semi-translucent golden scales appeared over her snowy skin, and her eyes were as dazzling as the sun. A powerful dragon might erupted forth, and all of the surrounding dragon tribe super mighty figures were stunned. Su Xiaolan began to wholeheartedly accept the power of the dragon Tao pond. Chapter 1888. Impossible. Isn't she a hybrid between a human and a dragon? How could she possess such a pure dragon tribe bloodline power? Xingjin was incredulous. Bai Shui, Kuin-gu, and Qi were also astonished. "Oh, Mommy is so awesome," the male azure dragon said. "That's our mommy." The female azure dragon was also elated. At this moment, the water in the entire dragon Tao pond had begun to churn, and ancient dragon might crashed relentlessly into Su Xiaolan's body, making her grit her teeth as if she were enduring some kind of agony. And Lin knew that this was a bloodline enhancement process, but he was still a little distressed to see this. Su Xiaolan's true dragon bloodline was extremely pure in the first place, and it became even more powerful and more compatible with its essence after being cleansed by the Dragon Dao Pond. However, at the same time she was in agony. The power of the dragon tribe in the Dragon Dao Pond was simply too powerful. No wonder they only allowed Dao integration stage true dragons to bathe in the pond. If an Eastern dragon below the Dao integration stage were to bathe in the pond, they would be crushed to death within a second. Su Xiaolan was in agony, but she could still hold on for a while longer. 1 minute passed. She was still holding on. Xingjin was a little disappointed. How could a mixed blood dragon be able to hold on so long? 10 minutes passed. She was still holding on, and her aura was becoming more and more unfathomable. Xingjin's eyes widened. Kuan-gu sighed with emotion. To think that a mixed blood like her could last 10 minutes in the Dragon Dao Pond. She's already more powerful than most of the Dao integration stage true dragons in our Azure Dragon tribe. She's also reaping rewards at a rate discernible to the naked eye. Bai Shui could sense that the dragon might emanating from Su Xiaolan's body was becoming more and more pure and powerful. Even the direct descendants of the Azure Dragon tribe weren't this powerful. Before anyone knew it, 30 minutes passed. Su Xiaolan was still gritting her teeth, and her skin had already turned bright red from the golden liquid. Shen Jin's expression was beginning to darken. Su Xiaolan was a mixed blood, yet she had lasted longer than its highest record? How was this possible? He was the manager of the Dragon Dao Pond. However, no matter how hard Xingjin tried to accept it, it was the truth. Su Xiaolan was still holding on, and Lin cheered her on from the side, giving her the strength of love. The power of love is not simple. Pain reduced by 50%. Perseverance increased by 50%. Su Xiaolan and Lin were true love. On the basis of the above, it had to be doubled. That's impossible. The water in the Dragon Dao Pond is formed from the most essential power of the Azure Dragon tribe, and it's being enhanced by the power of the entire dragon origin star. What's going on with her body? How can it last for so long? Won't it explode? Xingjin felt that everything that was happening was beyond his imagination. No one could answer its question. Kuan-gu and the other dragons' worldview had been completely flipped upside down, and Lin only had one thought in his mind. My wife is amazing. The two little Azure dragons were even more indifferent. They only had one thought in their mind. My mom is not bad. Time was still passing, and Su Xiaolan was still rapidly growing stronger. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. Su Xiaolan was still holding on. Qi Yu and Bai Shui were also beginning to lose their composure. They were the guardian deities of the Azure Dragon tribe. Their highest record was half an hour. Why were they being outclassed by a Dao integration intermediate stage half-dragon? Was Su Xiaolan about to ascend to the heavens? The Dragon Dao Pond only opens once every 100 years. Could it be that the power of the pond has decreased because it opened earlier this time? Qi Yu asked with difficulty. The male Azure Dragon replied in an indifferent voice. 96 years have passed since the last time it was opened, and less than 1% of the pond's power has been expended during each opening. So the power of the Dragon Dao Pond has only been weakened by a fraction of 1% at most. Qi Yu! Su Xiaolan's body trembled uncontrollably, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. And Lin was a little concerned. Are you all right, Xiaolan? Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Su Xiaolan said with difficulty, just a little bit more. And Lin asked. Su Xiaolan didn't say anything, but her blood was already churning at a rapid rate. She knew the source of her pain and what it was. The profound, true intent of the Dragon Dao Pond was not the source of her pain. What really hurt her body was the backlash from the rapid purification of the dragon race's bloodline and its rapid strengthening. If a normal dragon tribe cultivator were to face this backlash, they would have no choice but to persevere and leave the dragon Dao pond when they couldn't hold on any longer. After all, bloodlines were the most important thing to them. However, Su Xiaolan was different. She had a way to repress the backlash from her dragon tribe bloodline. The best way to repress bloodline backlash was to use another bloodline to repress it. That's right, the Vermilion bird bloodline. She was at the Dao integration stage of both the Vermilion bird and true dragon bloodlines, so she was able to use the power of her Vermilion bird bloodline to neutralize the backlash from her dragon tribe bloodline. The two bloodlines intertwined like yin and yang, and perfect harmony was finally achieved just as Su Xiaolan's pain was reaching its peak. Ah, phew! Su Xiaolan let loose a loud cry before suddenly heaving a sigh of relief, as if a string of tension had been snapped, or as if she had just exhausted herself after an intense workout. And Lin was given a fright, and he immediately rose to his feet to rush over to save her. However, Su Xiaolan opened her dazzling eyes at this moment, and a soul-stirring smile appeared on her face as she shook her head in consolation at Lin. "Don't worry, I'm fine," she closed her eyes again as she spoke, and she continued to sense the Dao true intent within the dragon Dao pond. How did she suddenly become so relaxed? Chi Yu's eyes widened upon seeing Su Xiaolan's expression. My God, she was smiling just now. She was actually smiling just now. Is she a demon? Kuan Gu almost bit off his whiskers with excitement as he stared at Su Xiaolan in the dragon Dao pond with astonishment etched on his face. Every single true dragon in the dragon Dao pond felt like a year, even though it was extremely beneficial to one's bloodline and Dao realm observation. The pain that one had to endure was unimaginable. However, Su Xiaolan was smiling, and it wasn't a forced smile. Instead, it was an extremely relaxed smile, as if she had discovered a new continent. Not only were Kuan Gu and Bai Shui astonished, but even the two little azure dragons' mouths gaped open in astonishment, as if they had just witnessed their mommy's exploits. As for the holy golden true dragon, it had already collapsed to the ground and was looking up at Su Xiaolan with reverence in its eyes. It had hoped that Su Xiaolan would make a fool of herself, but that had been completely forgotten. That smile had completely conquered its heart. Chapter 1889. Su Xiaolan's smile was enough to make all of the dragons bow down to her. And Lin was happy for Su Xiaolan. He was happy for a very simple reason. Su Xiaolan had been bathing in agony before, but now she was bathing in a relaxed manner. This was something to be happy about. As for how much more powerful she had become, that was secondary. His wife's comfort was the most important thing. It was quite clear that she had already found a comfortable position. Time was still ticking away. Su Xiaolan's aura was also climbing. Her true dragon bloodline, which had always been overshadowed by her Vermilion bird bloodline, was becoming more and more powerful through the power of the dragon Dao pond. This was what made Su Xiaolan very elated. In the past, she had embarked on an unprecedented dual Dao integration stage path with the Dao of the Vermilion bird as the primary and the Dao of the true dragon as the secondary. But now, even the Dao of the true dragon, which had been suppressed for close to 100 years, was able to make a heroic declaration to the Vermilion bird. "I'll go up, you go down." That was rare, extremely rare. Su Xiaolan was not only looking forward to the dragon raising its head, but she was also looking forward to the dragon making a comeback. She had a feeling that the moment the dragon made a comeback would be the moment she made another breakthrough. 2 hours passed by in a flash. Su Xiaolan had set a new record for the two little azure dragons in the dragon Dao pond. My God, where did this freak come from? Is she really only a half-blood? Why is she even more powerful than the most powerful pure-blood, direct descendants of the azure dragon bloodline? Bai Shui let loose a cry of surprise. She's most likely a prodigy of the 4-9 Immortal sect. That's an invincible sect that rules over the entire brilliant void universe. Kuan Gu said with an expression of envy and yearning. Mommy is so awesome. The male azure dragon was extremely excited. Mommy, can you teach us how to bathe in the Dragon Dao hot spring without burning our bodies? The female green dragon lay on the ground with her claws scratching the ground. Her small green tail gently swayed. Her pair of large bright eyes stared at the woman in the golden lake without blinking as she pleaded weakly. Su Xiaolan glanced at the two little azure dragons with a faint smile. Do you want to know? The two little azure dragons nodded frantically, like chicks pecking at grains. Then ask your father. The woman smiled sweetly. The little azure dragon's eyes lit up, and it began to pester Enlin with all sorts of questions. And Lin instantly understood what Su Xiaolan was trying to do. She was trying to get rid of the annoying little azure dragon so that he could be the main force in the fight. This mission was very difficult, but Enlin gladly accepted it. He said with fervor and assurance, "To soak in a hot spring, you must first have the right attitude. You have to soak in the hot spring with a devout heart and see pain as the source of joy." The two little azure dragons could not help but nod, remembering Enlin's words as if they were sacred edicts. A few of the dragon tribe super mighty figures felt as if their hearts were about to explode. Could it be that these two azure dragons with limitless futures had been led astray by Enlin? What a worry! Unknowingly, another 2 hours had passed. Su Xiaolan was still soaking in the Dragon Dao pond. Furthermore, her expression hadn't changed much. Her cheeks were still flushed, and she appeared to be enjoying herself, as if she really were soaking in a normal hot spring. Is there an end to this? How long is she going to soak in the hot spring? Qi Yu was in despair. Could it be that the effects of the Dragon Dao pond have changed? Bai Shui hesitated momentarily before breaking the rules and carefully dipping its little paw into the water. A sizzling sound immediately erupted from its paw, and it immediately retracted its paw as it let loose a cry of surprise. It's still the same formula. All of the dragons turned to look at Su Xiaolan with shock and astonishment. Ms. Su Xiaolan seems to have broken the record for the longest time in the Dragon Dao pond. Bai Shui murmured, "No, there's still one more record that she hasn't broken." Xing Jin suddenly interjected, "That's right, there's still one more record that she hasn't broken." Kuan Gu was also thinking of the mighty figure that was revered by all of the dragon tribe. She hasn't broken Patriarch Azure Dragon's record. Qi Yu raised his head in a slow voice. Legend has it that Patriarch Azure Dragon spent an entire day and night in the Dragon Dao pond before successfully materializing the one and only holy birth. The great Dao of heaven and earth resonated in unison, and the bloodlines of billions of dragon tribe cultivators boiled in unison. He leaped into the air, and the seas surged as he transcended beyond the 9 heavens. This crimson true dragon had entered into bragging mode. And Lin listened to these grandiose descriptions, then looked at the little black dragon in his sea of vital energy, and he was struck by a strange sense of dissonance. How did such a mighty being become so adorably stupid? What followed next was a long wait. Su Xiaolan continued to set new records in the Dragon Dao pond. She had already become the most powerful being under Patriarch Azure Dragon. Bai Shui and the other dragons were suddenly getting a little panicked. What if Su Xiaolan broke Patriarch Azure Dragon's record? The record holder for the longest time in the Dragon Dao pond was not a member of the Azure Dragon tribe, but a half-dragon female. If the rest of the Azure Dragon tribe were to learn of this, the Azure Dragon tribe would be completely humiliated. Thus, all of the dragons looked on as Su Xiaolan continued to set new records. For hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours, Su Xiaolan's expression remained unchanged. The only thing that had changed was that the dragon tribe bloodline aura that she was releasing had become more and more powerful. It had even surpassed Kuan Gu, Sheng Jin, and the other dragons, and was approaching the most powerful guardians of the Azure Dragon tribe by Shui and Qiyu. After 20 hours, the dragon tribe bloodline aura released by Su Xiaolan had already surpassed that of Bai Shui and Qiyu and was progressing toward a more profound level. Qiyu pulled on his whiskers with his claws and almost tore his entire face off. My mother. She's only at the Tao integration intermediate stage. Her bloodline is so powerful. Is she trying to ascend to the heavens? The two little azure dragons retorted with displeasure. She's my mother, not your mother. Qiyu. Su Xiaolan's development had all of the dragons in awe and veneration. What the true dragons didn't notice was that a portion of the essence of the dragon Tao pond was flowing from underground into Enlin's sea of vital energy, where it was absorbed by the little black dragon. The little black dragon's aura became more and more powerful. The two little azure dragons seemed to have sensed something, and they began to circle around Enlin again. Soon, an entire day and night had passed. Su Xiaolan had broken Patriarch Azure Dragon's record, but she was still observing. No one can stop Su Xiaolan now. Qiyu heaved a faint sigh. She's breaking her own record and creating history for the Azure Dragon tribe. Kuan Gu was extremely excited. Have you noticed that the golden liquid in the Dragon Tao pond doesn't seem to be as dark as before? Bai Shui suddenly asked. All of the dragons drew a sharp intake of breath upon recalling what it had looked like in the past. It's over. The Dragon Tao pond probably won't be able to recover even after 10,000 years. I'm afraid that the Dragon Tao pond is going to be sucked dry by Su Xiaolan. All of the dragons were starting to panic. At this moment, Su Xiaolan had already opened her eyes, and a light cry escaped her mouth. This cry was imbued with the purest Tao of dragons, and it spread throughout the entire Azure Sun Lake before spreading throughout heaven and earth, resonating with the entire dragon origin star. This is... Bai Shui's expression shifted drastically. Qiyu immediately stood up. The dragon origin star has acknowledged Ms. Su Xiaolan. The fact that the entire dragon origin star was resonating with Su Xiaolan meant that she had the right to become the guardian deity of the Azure Dragon tribe. Kacha-boom! An even more terrifying aura erupted violently. Vital energy surged violently, and the great Tao of heaven and earth began to resonate with her. Su Xiaolan leaped out of the Dragon Tao pond, and azure divine light surged for over 100,000 kilometers as a boundless azure dragon projection rose into the sky, manifesting the divine might of the true dragon. Su Xiaolan's aura began to climb rapidly. She was finally going to make a breakthrough.